I got into this one before with this. I'm like, nah, but that's too.
Good.
I wasn't.
Just don't want to be breathing into it either. Testing, testing.
That's what they brought a whole. They had a whole. Like, I'm like, my God, that's locked here. They go out here. Well, we did, and we wouldn't let them in. We wouldn't let them in. We said, you can't come into this pool. Oh, this must be. Oh, and I'm bumping something. Okay. And they just stood there, they were. You have this clubhouse and this is not.
Rewrite those with carrot.
See the ones that work.
I think it's good now.
Hello? Hello?
Well, that's there.
Thank you.
I say.
I appreciate the assistance.
They have a drunken thing, they drowned. It was just. Yeah.
Tomorrow's the big splash pad.
Right.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow, sorry. Please, yeah. Please let it work. However, Tim noticed that somebody had broken one of the grates.
Yeah, and I noticed the other day, like, some of them were bent in. And some of them had like grease all over them, like they did one. Riding some.
I mean, or one of those little motorcycle things.
All speaking of last week.
Do you happen to know where that's? Wow. Wow. They're setting.
Oh, there we go. I should have disappeared and I just slid to the side.
Cindy. Hello.
Hello, hello.
Oh, right. Might have. Wouldn't be under recording. File that's been saved off. I know it's once the settings basically. Okay. It's.
Oh, we're gonna have to put Brett's name off things.
Loose breaths.
Brett's. Fancy. I like your hair.
We have similar tops.
Yeah. What can we say? It's springtime. It's fun.
It's summer, honey.
That's true.
Out of my house yesterday, finally. The solstice is coming down.
So I have a question. Where was the Jeffrey Judd Lake Trail?
The what, Jug Creek Trail?
Judd Creek Trail.
Jug
Yes.
Creek Trail. Jug Creek started by the garden.
Uh-huh.
Went through where a lot is
Uh-huh.
and continued pretty much along the tree line all the way up to Cat Lake.
Did something break its connection with the art?
The RV lot was at the beginning of the trail. It's the one. And number two, all of them.
Was that the little art or the big expansion?
The RV lot. From the beginning of the RV lot. where the fence is,
Never been on. Oh, that's the conservation area.
Along the trail line.
Yeah, but it's not a maintained. Joe can give it to you. I have it. No, it's. Angel would have it in her records. And Angels would have it in her records. Did she send you it? Okay. Yeah, she said she'd send it to you and to Lucas. Lucas, did you get the reserves, the old reserve study, the one they're updating now? Yeah, that lists all the different things we have and when they need to be worked on or corrected or replaced. No, you haven't seen it. It's got lots of pictures of everything in harmony and everything.
You got what I missed.
Yeah.
We'll find out.
We're gonna take all the heat tonight, sorry.
I take it all the time anyway. I just do want to say too, before we get into this,
No.
there's a typo.
We're gonna find out there. I have no doubt.
Number 277. Whatever you're calling it, expenditure report. It's an
And
annual
I'm
report,
not,
and they put in there, they
I
added
don't
an
get
extra three.
notifications, so.
Q
I
tax
know.
box saying
I
that
looked at that and
they
went,
sent us a bill for 33,000, like. First of all, I would never approve to pay that, and second of all, we never got that invoice.
I'm sure
so
there
she
is.
just Added an extra three in there.
it
But-
gave me a heart
But
attack.
if you look at the check register,
No, I went to have it and
it doesn't show because it doesn't exist.
yeah, I looked first for the invoice.
Yeah,
There wasn't.
no. So I called Holland and I'm like.
Yeah.
"What?" She's like, hold on, and we're looking, and I'm like, okay, I see exactly what happened, and what I said, it's on the last day, because I see it, she goes, but there's nothing to cooperate in. You know, nothing came in, nothing was paid, and I'm like, okay, because I was about to have another heart attack.
Really?
Like, I approved this $3,000. So prices are hurting.
All right,
Who is that from?
that would have been from Amy.
Not one for sure.
Both Joe and Lucas are trying to find the reserve study.
But I can resend it. I have my.
If everybody, we're getting ready to start, if you'll check your cell phones and mute them, please. I do greatly appreciate it. That's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Testing, testing. Did it come through?
Yeah.
Do we need any more chairs?
You're good.
You're laughing.
All right. I want to thank everyone for coming. This is our June 2023 regular CBD meeting. We welcome you all to the meeting and are happy to see you. It's wonderful to see a full house. So if we can.
Final reminder to everybody.
We need the watches too. That would be neat. All righty, I'll call the meeting to order and do a brief roll call. Supervisor Phillips, Supervisor Castle,
Present.
Supervisor Chikanis,
Here.
Supervisor Lee,
Here.
and Supervisor Kramer is present. So we have a quorum and a full house. The first item on our agenda is our audience comments. This is a time period where anyone in our audience can come forward and we give you 3 minutes to give us any information that you feel we should have on any of the items we might be considering or anything you want to bring to our attention that we may not be aware of in the community, your concerns, your thoughts, and your ideas. Do we have anyone here? I have one sign-in sheet. And I'm not sure where it went.
It's right there.
Tim? So I guess it got behind you. Okay, we'll go through audience comments real quick and then I'll do a quick brief what it is. All right, this is Tim Dyer. Dwyer?
Tim Dwyer.
I know
Um,
this.
Update on the trails and a recommendation to the board. I sent you a memo about the proposed drainage upgrades
Culverts.
involving some culverts. Thank you very much. And the piece of property we're talking about is the approach to Billy's Trail from Five Oaks up to around the side of the enclave up to where Billy's Trail starts. There were 2 proposed culverts, and I've been riding up there on my bike since Benchmark has mowed it, which is good. Now you can actually ride your bike or walk up there. And my recommendation is I don't think we need the culverts. As long as Benchmark can mow that section, we're good. And then as far as the other culvert, there was a second culvert that was recommended right adjacent to Billy's Trail to get over a little pump of land. Well, since all that land's been redeveloped, I've been up there after the recent rains and it's dry. So I don't really think that's an impediment to anyone walking up there to want to walk on Billy's Trail.
Okay.
So that's my recommendation. Upgrade on Billy's Trail is they installed a 12-inch water line. The length of the trail, if you were up there, the trail 6 months ago, it was very natural state. Now it's been paved over essentially with road base. It's been widened, trees have been knocked down. It's totally different than what it used to be. So as far as us doing any maintenance, I can't see us spending any effort to do that. Once that road base hardens, you'll be able to walk on it. I got up about halfway on my bike and sunk in over the tires. So in addition, they made essentially a land bridge over from the end of Billy's Trail on just north of where our property ends over to the enclave, because that's where the water main goes. So people from the enclave will easily be able to walk over Billy's Trail without going on through anyone's yard or anything like that. The only reason I bring that up is if sometime in the future that the enclave decides they want to do some sort of maintenance on Billy's Trail, it'll be very easy for them to get to it with machinery, et cetera. So,
Okay, great.
so that's it.
All righty. Thank you
Tim.
so much.
You're welcome.
We appreciate all your hard
If
work.
anyone has any questions about the status of the trails, feel free to reach out.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Any other audience comments? Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you have to come forward. We record the meetings and I'll need your name and address.
We didn't get Tim's address, by the way,
Oh, we have it on our sheet.
It is hit here.
on the speaking.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, mine is a comment and. a
First, your
question.
name and address.
Corinne Cavalacci,
Thank you.
3310 Sagebrush.
Wonderful.
Lakes, Hadley. The view behind my house, of course, I have the retention pond.
Mhm.
And I'm here now, it's over a year. And every single day, we have people who are fishing in the retention pond. But not only are they fishing, they walk over and look in our windows. And they come in a group a lot of the time. Sometimes you have a kid with their backpack when school's in session at 6:30 in the morning, sitting at one end or sitting at another. Another time you have people with golf carts driving behind my house, not the golf places, golf carts, but their own. Now, first of all, it's a safety issue and it's a privacy issue. I mean, they're like 6 feet away from my back, sliders. But they're on CDD property. So what do you do about that?
That's the difficulty. CDD property is public property and you can regulate who goes on certain places like we do at the pools or the boats. But on other places like this, it's very difficult. There's no, CDD is public property. It's not private. It's not like it's HOA property where we can prohibit. Sorry, that's me making all that noise.
But isn't there like there's nothing they can do about that? It's a safety issue. As far as I'm concerned, because I don't know who these people are.
Well, we're not supposed to really go back and forth. But if you're concerned that they're peeping toms or something, call the sheriff's.
We can do that.
Yes.
absolutely.
Oh, yes. We have no law
Yeah.
enforcement authority.
I was trying to pull it up, but in the district rules, it does mention that, it is open to the public that, people can be fishing, but they also can't be disturbing the residents that live near that property. So absolutely.
Okay,
if
'cause they
ever
do
feel
that a
there's an
lot.
Issue, absolutely feel free to call law enforcement on that.
You
Are-
can speak next.
Next. Okay,
Okay, all right.
And
All
of
right.
course, there's always privacy fencing, which is, you know, I mean, expensive, but if you're really concerned about your privacy, you know, maybe that's an option, or landscaping even. I mean, you want to see the view from your house, but you don't
That
want
was
people looking,
kind of why we paid a little bit
Yeah.
more.
but
all
maybe
right.
just a hedge, sorry.
Also, I did email you guys, called, but got no response. Just so you
Where
know.
did you,
Email.
Well, I did call, whatever main number is there for the CDD. They took a message. They said they would get back to me. Nobody did. Then I called a supervisor for South Lakes and he said he'd get back to me and he didn't.
well, that's HOA, it's not CDD.
Okay, I thought they said he was a supervisor.
We don't have a supervisor for South Lake.
Whatever
South
the field person is.
Services?
Yeah,
Oh, it could have been, our field services person
There's
is,
been updates in the phone numbers, but regardless, if there's an issue with CDD, or even if you don't even know if it's an issue with CDD, there's a maintenance email address, cddmaintenance@infomark.com. There's
Okay.
about 15 people that get
All
that
right.
email.
okay,
So you will absolutely get a response. And if it's not CDD related, we will let you know that and direct you where to go. from there.
Okay.
But that's the easiest and best way to do it.
all right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir, if you'd like to come forward. Your name and address.
Adam Costner, 3380 Sagebrush, Adam, ADAM, Costner, KOSNA. 3380 Sagebrush. Just a comment regarding the same issue, which you're absolutely right. I checked the bylaws and people can approach, but we could, I don't know, you guys know better. That area belongs to Golf Preserve. We are not allowed, at least we were told in the golf shop, we are not allowed to walk on a golf preserve. You can only ride golf preserve golf cart. You can't even ride your own golf cart. So if we cannot, we're told at least, we cannot walk, we cannot ride our golf carts, nothing on a golf preserve. That is a golf preserve.
We have nothing to do with golf.
yeah, and the
Yeah,
thing,
but so who does?
the
The
golf
golf
preserve.
preserve.
So even if you call the cops, they would need somebody from the golf preserve to represent the golf preserve in any kind of trespass.
So we could go to golf preserve and ask them
Yes.
to put no trespassing or something signs eventually.
Yeah,
So
although a lot of
CDD
people are
doesn't
against
work
signs.
with the golf preserve at all.
We're not a part of them. We know them. We talk to them on occasion, but we're not.
But the
you know,
question would
They're
be,
private, we're public.
is that because it's a golf area there
Mhm.
and it's a golf preserve, so it's a pound part of the golf preserve?
Some
or
of the
it
ponds
does
are,
belong to CDD?
Depends on where it is.
yeah.
Because some do and some don't.
Or do we know which one? Because the one they care about it is the one which is on a golf preserve, but who owns it?
Well, if it's the one that's between, say, there's two ponds that are along the south side of Sagebrush. It happens that both of those are CDD property. But then you go a little farther and the next pond is on the golf course.
So it's the one on the golf course, the one when you approach South Lakes before the gates is a golf area and the pond is right
Yeah,
there.
So who's gonna be the authority on that? The county, it's property-appraiser.org. They have the full map of every property boundary that.
I went to that map, yeah, they don't have who owns it. That's the problem. Because then
Mm.
you can click on the property and they will show you the tax of the property, which means you know who the owner is, but on the golf preserve. You cannot click it, it's not gonna tell you who is the owner. So the question is, who owns that? That way we can answer to her. If it's CDD or if it's a golf preserve, and now we have to go to golf preserve and ask for no trespassing signs because it's a golf preserve.
Yes, the golf course manager is in the clubhouse in the pro shop.
Yeah, yeah.
You can go there and
Right, yeah,
speak to him, and he works for the owner of the golf preserve.
But the question would be, if you don't know if you own it and he doesn't.
Well,
know
we
who
know
owns
what we own. So maybe after the meeting or another day, you can get with one of us. We can show you how to work the property appraiser to see who owns what. And then you can point out and we can tell you whether we own it or not. But again, if we own it, it's public and it's liable.
Yes,
So
yes.
the other issue is though, if you, to get someone trespassed, the sheriff has to be there, a deputy or whatever, and the Harmony Mike has to be there, and the person that is trespassing has to be there.
Which
So
is almost impossible.
right, so if Mike comes and says, hey, you're trespassing, stay here, I'm gonna call the sheriff, he leaves, and they can't do anything. So it's kind of a catch-22.
But no, it doesn't work with the sheriff's
Yeah,
office.
yeah.
I
Okay,
wish it
so,
did.
so we have to
So-
find out who owns it. That
So,
way we can enforce it.
okay. We,
Yeah.
your 3 minutes are up.
Yeah,
My
yeah,
apologies.
absolutely.
And
No, no, no,
we're trying to
absolutely.
help, but we'll eat the whole meeting if we, yeah.
We still don't know who owns it, so who's gonna find out?
Send me an email, Dan,
Yeah, the meeting room is muted.
You can pull it up on your.
Yeah.
Okay, action. Yeah. Hard copies.
John, when we treat.
Hard copies. Don't worry, he's got to talk.
okay,
We ready?
yes.
We're good?
All right.
Okay, my concern that I thought I should bring up is that we are not using water wisely. I have taken several pictures of the CDD land behind my house, which after 3 days of rain, I mean, my land has got dips in it that's filled with water and the sprinklers are going. And I'm like, we're paying for this water and there's plenty of water out there. We're getting rain. This is the rainy season. Somebody needs to either adjust the sprinklers or be ready to turn them off when the weather starts getting rainy, because we've had the days that
Mhm.
it was 3 days in a row, steady rain for the evenings. And yet the sprinklers are going. And both of the golf course and the CDD. So I sent the pictures. The pictures didn't make it. They came back. They said the box was full at the CDD. So I will resend them.
We got them.
Oh, good.
There's more than one person and that gets those emails. Like I said, there's 10 people, so
Oh,
we
good.
got the picture.
Good. All
And
right.
they were sent over to the landscape company, so.
Okay. The other
So-
concern I have is the sidewalk on Five Oaks,
Five
as you go out our subdivision and turn. Sand has been there forever. They're trying to fix the sprinkler system or something. It just never gets resolved. I mean, I walk all the time to the
And that has been
Clubhouse.
noted as well, and that is being worked
So we've last number of CDD meetings, and at this one too, we've been having our new landscaping contractor look at our irrigation system, which is 20 years old and needs a lot of repairs. And new rain sensors, new clocks, new timers, new this, that, and the other thing. She's telling me to shut up. I'll go there with you. Okay, so you're working on it.
Yes. Mhm.
Okay, I just feel like, the
If
water-
you stay a little while, you'll hear us talking about rain
I
sensors.
have to make sure that mine doesn't go when it's not supposed to. Y'all
Yes,
should be
ma'am.
making sure they
You
do.
see the article?
Because the people that are down there, the water people say, don't
Yes.
waste it, so.
And
we agree.
Thank you so much. Do we have any other public comment? Yes, ma'am.
Sorry. Get out of their couch.
It does eat you.
There's some days the bodies.
Mary Jane Sleds, 3181 Songbird. We're all very concerned, the seniors that live in the 55 plus, about this increase that they're talking about. So I don't know when the exact budget meeting is, but we really need to look at cutting, because 10% or 11% for senior citizens, most who live either on social security, disability, or social security is a rate hike along with the HOAs. So hopefully we don't want to see that. We just want to be fiscally responsible.
Great. I appreciate your comment.
When is it?
The last Thursday in July.
But are they talking
here.
about? Okay, thank you.
That would be the budget public hearing.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? It's not questions. It's not a back and forth period. It's a time for you to express your concerns to us. Okay. Yes,
But-
sir.
But you can always email any of us or all of us with any
With
questions you have. Watch your head.
Yes, please.
Steve Rafferty, 3313 Sagebrush. We've been here about a year and I've noticed that consistently when we have a heavy rain, those two drains on Five Oaks always flood. And I've been told that it's been going on for a long time, so I'm not sure why it hasn't been addressed either by the CDD, the county, or together, because it shouldn't be that long to get something fixed like that.
Is
That's my
that all the
comment.
way down by?
Golf
the gardens?
maintenance.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. Every time we have a heavy rain, it floods. It's not a good thing.
Okay, we'll bring the county back out. Thank you
Thanks.
for bringing it to our attention that it's
Angel, can you
flooding
make that,
again.
please?
We've already been back and forth with the county, and they're aware, but they come out and then
They pump it out.
they pump it out, and they go about their business, and then we call them again, so.
Time for another call.
Keep at it.
Okay, any other audience comments? Anyone on Zoom? Okay. Hearing no further audience comments, I will go ahead and close audience comments. And as promised, I will give a quick blurb on what a CDD is. Correct me if I say something wrong. The CDD, when Harmony was first built, they used the developer used a vehicle called a community development district, which the state of Florida had adopted and allowed to happen. And so they financed all the infrastructure within Harmony by bonds.
Do you want to say what infrastructure is?
Infrastructure, our roads, our sewers, our recreational facilities that are owned by the CDD, and the conservation areas, all of those things are the response or were paid for by bonds. And the bonds then are paid for by the individual homeowners, buyers, property owners, not just the homeowners, but also the commercial development or apartments if they show up. all of the land in Harmony pays a CDD assessment for those bonds. That paid for the initial development of Harmony. The second half of your assessment that you see goes for the CDD to maintain and operate all of that infrastructure. The boats, the stormwater sewers, all the parks, the landscape, street lights, pools, all that stuff. So our role as a CDD board is a policy-making role. So we set the policy for the CDD, where we're going and what we're doing. And our management company, Infomark, along with our district legal counsel and our district engineer, they are the ones that actually put the rubber to the road and make our policies happen. So that's generally what the CDD, we are a public entity. I mean, a true public entity. We're like a city or a county. But we have limited powers. We do not have powers of zoning. We do not, so we can't control what land uses happen in our area. We also don't have policing powers, any legal enforcement powers we do not have. They typically don't give recreation to the CDDs, but we do have a special exemption to do recreational services. Yeah. So that's generally what a CDD is. Do you have a question about that?
Can I just add
Sure.
something practical? Essentially, when the developer created the CDD, it was a way to push the cost of infrastructure onto the buyers in the form of a bond instead of in the price of the house. So
Well,
it had to, you have to pay over time, and there's interest on that. And then they turned, when we get to a certain population level, the developer is required to turn the CDD governance over to the residents. So that happened over time. It's now entirely resident run. And in a nutshell, our obligation is to make sure that the physical and fiscal infrastructure of the district, community development district, is well managed, things are well maintained. We're trying, sometimes it's really hard with 20-year-old stuff. And also that we have enough money to run things properly and repair things and renovate things as they break down and need replacement.
yes. And one of the critical things you should know about the history of this particular CDD is that the assessments have been kept fairly level almost all the 20 years of the CDD. And no money was brought in really to set aside to repair and replace anything. Now that we're at the 20-year mark and things are breaking down or deteriorating and have to be replaced, that's where we are. And that's why you have seen an increase. So we are obligated to maintain all those facilities. And that's where we are right now in the fees and the
Yes,
assessments.
so I will say, there was, I've been on the CDDs, nearing the end of my 4th term, and there has been a push from me to set aside reserves and do an informal reserve study. So there are reserves, there have been reserves set aside. It's just that not enough has been set aside, that we are finding ourselves in a position where and things are breaking down. I mean, the irrigation, as you'll hear, I mean, just that's one tiny thing in this community that we're having to spend number of tens of thousands of dollars on just to get it repaired so it's operational. Not even including replacing the system that's been running it, which is pretty much required now. And all these other things, the pools, the splash pad, the basketball court surfacing, so many things that we have as a CDD that need to be maintained, and we haven't really had the funding to make sure that all of that gets well maintained properly in a timely way.
Any questions? Just quickly.
If you are responsible for the roads. Why do we have to call county?
No, we're not responsible for the roads.
Okay.
The alleyways.
I'm sorry, alleyways.
Anyways.
Yes, ma'am.
Are we responsible, are you responsible for that white fence for front entrance?
Yes, we are. Well, the one on 192,
Only on CDD property.
not the fences that are coming back along the entry road.
Because those are in pretty bad shape.
Yes.
We've been discussing them for the last several months. There will be a discussion today about removal. We've got some bids.
But I just.
Stay tuned.
Didn't know that. Thank you.
You mentioned that you do the pools.
Yes,
We were just over at our pool and there,
This one?
we don't do
We don't
your,
do that one.
that's not a C,
she mentioned pools.
sorry, that's not a CD. Anything that's owned by your homeowners association, we have nothing to do.
Yeah,
Yes, ma'am.
one last thing.
I just think everybody's done a great job cleaning the bathrooms by that other, everything is, you guys are great, so.
Thank you.
I
We-
think it's great. Do you have anything to do with the gym?
No.
Okay.
Private.
Question, my own head, the gators, you guys maintain and monitor the gators?
Nope. They're natural residents of Harmony.
They're like overflowing in our streets, so I see.
They, in breeding season, they will come out, they'll start wandering the streets, just avoid them.
Yeah.
20 years, we haven't had an incident.
Right, every gator that gets pregnant, it gives about 30 something eggs and they all, most of them live. I'm just curious. 'cause
Most
you
of them
have 7
Most of them
gators.
don't live, yeah.
You know, that's wild.
Yes,
Second. If there is an alligator that appears to be aggressive, then you need to call FWC. They will give you a number and that number, then you call me and give me that number. If they deem that it needs to be removed, they will remove it, but they're not just gonna come and randomly start removing alligators.
Well, I didn't know if they monitored the amount.
and they will kill them.
Yes. they-
People have posted in our two communities, baby gators are coming, you know, they're in the streets.
Yeah.
And
going towards little dogs. Yeah, so walking your dog.
At what point does that get taken care of? Like when it eats somebody, like, oh,
It-
no.
There is if you go on the CDD website, there's a section for ponds and wetlands, under district facilities, and down the bottom, there is a section, the CDD does have a nuisance gator, guidelines.
Data control or something, yeah.
Right, so there's, it's not.
There's
we've-
information.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so much.
Yes.
Just a question, because you're saying that a lot of these things are 20 years old and whatever. Now, our community, the lakes, it's really not that old.
No, but you have an HOA that maintains a lot of your stuff. But elsewhere, there's a lot of stuff that's 20 years old. And since you're part of the CDD, you're paying into that.
And you're allowed to use the boats, the park down at the lakefront, you're allowed to use the docks, so
It's the dog parks.
all of that's. Yes,
But, and it's the beginning of the meeting, not 3311 and South Lake. And the tree that's in front of my house, they usually, the new trees, they stake them down. Right, to keep them straight. And I've just moved in.
If-
November.
if it's in front of your house in South Lakes, it belongs to the homeowners association.
It's on the opposite the street. They tell me that the CBD is supposed to be
So
those trees, so my problem.
on,
is-
what's the name of the street it's on?
It's on Sagebrush,
No, we do not.
okay, because the gardeners come around. At the HOA, last HOA meeting, they told me the CBC handles that.
Not if it's on the, in front of your house on Sagebrush.
Is it
But
on
if-
5 Oaks?
No, it's on Sagebrush.
Yeah, Sagebrush.
If it's on Sagebrush, then it's a Lakes HOA issue.
That was,
But the problem I'm having is that the stakes won't stay in the ground. They keep popping out, the tree is leaning over
Mhm.
from the house,
Okay.
opposite the walkway. Between the walkway and the street. And every time we try to stake it down, it comes up, and they told me at the HOA meeting.
Yeah,
that
it,
the
it may
CBD
be. If you will give this gentleman next to you your address,
Right.
There are some small access parcels that go back to the pond. If it's on one of those, it is ours. So, and then he will be able to make sure it gets checked out, the staking of the tree gets. Any other quick questions? And we've got to get back to CDD business. Yes, sir.
Mentioned several times that we pay into. How do we actually pay you?
On your tax bill. It is on your,
Just coincidentally came up today, so.
it's on your tax bill.
The
From
last
UCD.
thing, the last thing I would add that is like, again, no, it's completely unique to our CDD here. But there are, what, 5 or 6 different homeowners associations, depending on which area within the neighborhood you live in. So we do see lots of these issues where, is it the HOA, is it the CDD? So, again, don't hesitate to have questions. It's
Email one of us
hard to keep track of it all.
or
CDD maintenance.
CDD maintenance.
The website has a lot of information.
All right. Yeah, we're going to go back now
Just
to
one
our
more
agenda. First on our agenda is Benchmark, who is our landscape manager. If you'd like to come forward and give us your report and talk about the proposal.
And watch your head.
Yes.
Hello, I'm Nick Lemazny with Benchmark Landscaping. How are you guys?
Good. Nick, how are you?
I'm excellent.
Great.
So we have a couple of proposals, the irrigation. We have a few proposals, one regarding resodding the park and a couple others regarding irrigation.
Okay. All right. So the first proposal, proposal 754 is irrigation repairs. A not to exceed of $20,000. This should bring the system up to approximately 75%. Is that?
That's correct. Go ahead.
Now, is that the $20,000 from the last meeting, or is this a brand new?
This is this is 20,000, the new bid, and that is the 75% will be after that.
After that?
Right.
Okay.
So we're talking, we've already spent 45,000, now it'll be 65,000. That doesn't include the next proposal for replacing
Rain sensors.
everything with Hunter Pro C,
Okay.
which is another 25,000.
So
Well, that, yeah,
So the
Go ahead.
20,000 is for repairs.
Yeah.
That is for the timers and sensors, 2 different things.
okay, so let's finish with this one first.
Right.
Well, I
Okay.
still want to get a picture of the overall.
Right,
and I
but the
want-
other one isn't a required, it isn't like the repairs are required for us to,
These are repairs, the other ones are clocks.
right, or a changeover of the system, right?
Well, they're brand new clocks and timers and sensors, so we can avoid, if it's raining, wasting that water.
Okay. So you need this for the actual, you're turning on the systems, you're getting things done.
Uh,
Flip,
Finding more zones, tying in more wires, breaks, mainline breaks, sprinklers, things of that nature. For the past month, that's exclusively what I've been working on is irrigation.
okay,
Sometimes we get to, the oak trees, they take several hours. We'll find it underneath. And we'll just go to the next one. In this instance, I'm talking about, it was the very next tree.
Mhm.
So the water stopped there, was getting loose. I fixed it the next day. I check it, 16 feet over.
it's stopped up again.
Right, so some of these are wires, relocating everything, finding everything, putting it in the right. Control the satellite where it's supposed to be. And
Okay.
just appropriate coverage, not watering the sidewalks and things like that. New nozzles. Some of these things are extremely old, bitter, the
Brittle.
plastic gears, they're just completely falling apart. It's
Mhm.
constantly spinning.
Yeah,
So it's things like that.
I just have a question about, because I didn't understand what was going on with these graphics. And it's in the agenda, it starts on page
7.
7, thank you. So you can put it on the screen. So I didn't really understand, I understand that this is the minutes that it's running and all these zones were not running, but I didn't understand what the X's were about.
No, the X is there, let me see. X is, it's not working. That's the open wire. That's not open. So we'll go to like zone 6, it's not functioning.
It doesn't say commentary, anything, not functioning. These are just locations of the sprinkler heads. Right, so it doesn't say here, rotor's broken for zone 6.
Yeah, riser broken, zone 17. And then in the parentheses would be the number. So on that particular one, it's 3 risers broken.
Right, but it says, so there's a sprinkle by X, like this, it just doesn't, is anybody else
Yeah,
confused
yeah.
by what these X's mean
Yeah, I
under?
think you need like a legend or something to hear that kind of depicts what
Yeah,
these X's
It
mean.
doesn't, because we.
Yeah,
how
I
many
assumed,
X's?
I assumed that the X meant the type of, whether it was a rotor or a sprinkler.
That was broken?
No, that was there. So what I'm hearing now is the X means it's broken.
Well, we don't,
Okay,
I'm not.
I'm
sure.
sorry,
I'm sorry, say that again.
What we need is better explanation of what this is.
Do you want to look at this? I have it for now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Angel. Sure. Dan's getting it up, so you can see what we're talking about over here in just a second.
On almost every one, either sprinkle or rotor has an X.
Well, actually, in the first one, a lot of them don't have any X's. Between 7 and 14 don't have any X's.
Right.
5 doesn't have an X, so so I don't understand what this means, because it looks under comments and recommendations, there's on this page, there's 4 zones that have a problem.
Mhm.
Something's broken, a sprinkler head or a rotor
Mhm.
or riser, but that's not reflected in the table.
Okay, so I'll get more detail on what the table is, but each zone is the location, and when they check the whole thing, those are the particular zones
That are having problems.
that we're having problems
Right.
on this time.
And we also don't know what open wire means. So,
does
there's a
it
lot-
mean the signal's not getting? to-
Right, that's for that 20,000 for the open wires and stuff like that, retying and everything, making sure it's sound within these timers.
Mhm.
Each wire, when, it's all closed in, it's all secure within each.
Closed system.
Right.
Close the system, which is making it run.
Yes.
Because
Yes,
that's what we talked about the last time.
right, and then,
Yeah, it's like I have wires from my box in that tell each zone to run. And
Exactly.
if one of the wires is broken, that zone won't run.
exactly,
Is that what happens? So we have 3 zones, we have 17 zones
on just this one clock.
right,
Well, not all 17, 3 of them are working, the other 14 are not. So,
Each zone has a drip line, a sprinkler and a rotor.
yes, so if in this tree line, we'll have a pop-up, which is just a head.
Sprinkler.
And then the field behind it would be rotors. And then if it's super small, like a hedge or something in front of the pool, we'll put a drip line to save
Or a
on
tree,
water,
a bubbler.
a bubbler at a tree.
Okay.
On a 1/2 inch line that'll just
Right.
put a
What
little,
we need is a better explanation about there's an extensive, how many pages? It's like 30 pages of.
Just easy to read the overall summary with maybe a key where they can easily follow.
okay.
Yeah, we don't know what's broken, what's working.
Well, in the recommendations is what's broken.
Right, but you're also saying under located, zones 8 through 14 have open wires, so they're apparently not working, but they're not under comments and recommendations. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
So if they're not working, why aren't they under comments and recommendations? It's like it's not logical, right?
okay,
If they weren't working, why wouldn't they be under comments and recommendations if comments and recommendations are what's not working?
let me write that down. Okay.
Also, quick question, this irrigation report for April 12th. Is that when it was actually dated or in?
We have a new one, I have a new one, I don't. This one's still, this one done,
This was the first $20,000
yeah, this is,
or 25.
Okay.
25, not to exceed 25.
That was the first one in April. Then we had another 20,000 in May. Now we're talking about another 20,000 in June, and that'll bring us up to 75% or so of the whole entire CDD system being examined and repaired,
Correct.
right?
The
Now-
new book is nowhere near as big as this one. This.
Okay. At the last meeting, you were going to work with them on
Yes.
determining, how did that
So-
go?
I was waiting to hear from the district manager. Our minutes did not arrive till Monday, so I reached out to Jacob on Monday. He sent me some information yesterday. You know, they were working on things, but there was no communication from the last meeting until just recently, and they were apparently doing stuff.
What are we talking about? The bulbs?
No,
we're
this is
about the approval of the $20,000 that we approved in May,
with a proviso that
that it would be.
she
that-
would work with them
Right.
on
But
what to be
but
done.
I wasn't, it wasn't,
Yeah, your information was given.
and I wasn't informed, and I reached out just after the minutes arrived, and I received something, but
So it would be
essentially
helpful to
they're-
have the minutes
it would,
closer to the,
it would be
meeting
helpful to
which
have a
was happening.
summary immediately after the meeting,
Mhm.
and then to have the minutes well enough before the meeting.
The summary was right after.
I don't have it in front of me, but
okay,
We got it.
well,
Yeah.
we did, but usually, I mean, it's supposed to come the next day, but usually it comes a week or so later. So anyway, I don't have a good answer on that because I
Okay.
was not put in touch with in regard to the work that was being done, and I think there's been a lot of work that's been done, but I wasn't consulted on it.
so at this point, what is the pleasure of the board on authorizing another not to exceed of $20,000?
I'm not sure we really have a choice, even though we don't want to spend it.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. We have a legal obligation to keep this stuff working, so we can't just say we're not gonna do it.
Right. Do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion. I move that we.
Approve proposal 754
Oh, okay, thank you.
benchmark.
Then fine. Approve proposal 754
Okay, do I have a second?
$1,000.
for $20,000,
Not to exceed.
not to exceed $20,000.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second it. While we're discussing, can we just make sure that, you know, the lines of communication that, you know, we wanted to have with, you know, keeping track that.
We can rectify that right now. So Carol, if you can give him your information and that way.
I gave him my card last time.
There you go. Leave this meeting and then, so we're all clear that that's the communication.
And Nick, if you will give her your number, so
Absolutely be fine.
we'll be sure that happens. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion by the board?
I would just say it'd be nice to get like a itemized kind of receipt for this 20K next time we meet. Because it seems like we come here, there's some updates and there was a report, but kind of just like an itemized list of what was done in this time span that you spent the $20,000, because we keep coming back and it's another 20, it's another 20, it's another 20, so.
I just like a list.
Yes, we did.
Like a receipt,
Yeah,
pretty much.
say
You know,
that says what worked,
I understand.
how many open wires were
How
closed,
many
how many.
hours, things like
Yeah.
that.
It's making, I mean, there was an attempt to give some of that information, just making that, you know, more clear and, you know, easier for us to, you know, follow, will really help, go a long way to help justify.
Clear for all parties.
Right. That will help us a lot. And if we could have I would like to see a map that shows which areas, so when I look at the water bill and see a difference in the water bill, I say, okay, that's different because you've closed the system and now it's all fully functioning.
That's a great.
That would help me a lot.
That's a great idea.
A map of what zones have and haven't been repaired, so we know where we're going.
I just want to make sure so I can include it in that, in the summary.
The next proposal is proposal number
Did we
1032.
vote?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes. I'm sorry. I'm tired. I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
I,
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. The next one is proposal number 1032. It is for a number of clocks and controllers. Is this the change that Brett had spoken about to change from Maxicom to the Hunter system?
Yes, and this would solve a lot of the problem that they had come up here. They're glitching. Some of them, they're not responding at all. Some of them are getting stuck and hung on. They're 20 years old.
Right.
We proposed that we replace 29 of them. One was already replaced when we had that sod done. When the asphalt came, I think the day of our last meeting.
Yeah.
That clock's installed, running beautifully.
Okay.
However, we're running into other problems. We're going to satellites where we have water there, but the clock is just not allowing it. So we're manually watering that area, especially by the estates. So we propose universal replacing all the clocks except for a couple of smaller satellites. Those will be rainbirds because they're 8 zones. So each satellite will tell you which timer we went with, how many zones, when it's hooked up, and it would run far more efficiently.
Can I just ask a question?
Yes.
So on your proposal, it says controller replacement 26 locations, but yet you have 29.
because 3 of them are rainbirds.
Not only that, on the entrance, 2 of them are side by side. It's like 1A and 1B.
Oh, then
And you can
I see
combine.
that.
Mhm.
Okay.
And then one was already replaced.
Okay.
So we didn't want to, replace it twice.
Right.
15 was, okay, so 2 of them were already included with other proposals. Got
Exactly.
it. Okay.
So if this proposal were to be fully executed and implemented, what would be left of the original Maxcom system?
That I would have to get back with you, but I think we're on our own system now.
I think we'd be done with Max.
Done. I think we're,
Should be fairly close.
Okay,
I mean,
that's,
but-
that's what I got from what you said, just over the years of. I mean, I've, had to do some work setting up the Maxcom system before, the previous landscaper. It's always been this looming, hey, responding or replacing all of the control stuff is gonna be like a 6-digit outlay. And this is still pricey, but this isn't as pricey for what it sounds like we'd be getting compared to.
Well, and that brings up the question, Dan, aside from changing to this new system. And then with the approval we just made, we're $65,000 into irrigation repairs to bring us approximately to 75%. We're going to be spending close to $100,000 with all the other things that we've approved and that we're about to approve, just on getting the irrigation system working
Up to
again.
par.
Now, this is an additional 26,000. What else is there that we might have to replace?
the Rainbird sensors, which is also in front of you. And I think we'll make a lot of it back when we reduce on all these water bills with these leaks being fixed. The water not being wasted, the proper sprinklers, the proper times. If it's rained, it won't rain,
Now,
or it won't water.
The rain sensors, the board had approved for Cervelo to replace and install and get them all up to speed, but Cervelo never got to it.
And they never
So,
billed us for it.
and they never billed, I went back and made sure they never billed us for it.
Even better.
So we had allocated this money before, but again, your point is well taken. We haven't budgeted for R&M of irrigation of only $30,000. Now, this is more than just the regular R&M. It is more like what would be in the reserve study. But
Right, because
still,
it's replacement,
right,
not
because
repairs.
it's actually
Complete replacement.
complete replacement.
Right.
But still, so
Wouldn't the wiring come under Wouldn't replacement of wiring also come under?
Well, it's also underground, so it would be up to that point.
Well, actually, all the money we've spent
On repairing?
on repairing the 65,000
Yeah.
plus this, plus the rain.
Your reserves.
Should be out of reserves, but again, I caution you because our reserves are
Limited,
very
but
limited.
whether it's coming out of operations and maintenance or it's coming out of reserves, it's essentially coming out of the same place, right?
Right, but what I'm saying is you only had 30,000 budgeted, however. You know, if we need to go over. We've got some, we just don't have much, so.
There
Right,
could be other line items too that you're under budget that would
Yeah.
cover some of this overage. So at the end of the day, it's one bucket, right?
Mhm.
And
Right.
then money down from there.
and just to the point that you made, Nick, about, hopefully our water bills will go down, but I'm not sure they will. I think they'll go up because we've had so many areas that haven't been getting water. And now, once the system's working, all these areas, many areas that were getting no water are going to be getting lots more water.
Also, a lot of big line repairs are being made where we're losing hundreds of gallons
Yeah.
underneath 2 or 3
So-
oak trees. If we fix 5 of those per road, you know how much we save?
Mhm.
A
Our-
considerable amount.
Our monthly water bill right now varies depending on the season, the rainy season. Anywhere from 10,000 to 19, sometimes $22,000 a month.
Mhm.
So with the rain sensors, that will bring a lot of that down. And hopefully with clocks that really function, we won't be seeing this repeat 3 and 4 days in a row of run times. We'll see
Like this time of
twice a
year,
week or something.
they're not gonna go off because it's already saturated.
Right.
It's
Mhm.
shutting that system down before someone manually having to go do it.
Right.
Move to approve proposal 1032 from Benchmark to change 26 clocks to Hunter Pro Cs. For $25,850.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
And so just, I think it's already been discussed, but like the control of these, it's, these are like distributed, they all like have like a. What, how are these things controlled?
Manually, you go up to it covered and then we, program A and B, we put a time limit for each zone and anything,
So it's
Okay.
like the one in my garage,
a lot bigger,
but a lot bigger and a lot
Right.
more zones. And
right?
Right, well, and with the Maxicom, I mean, yes, it was, very expensive to put in the first place, but you still had the, kind of some kind of centralized control over the whole thing where you could, from the office or set up remotely, still be able to monitor things and turn things on. So with these being replaced, you're saying it's still a manual process, like,
There's seasonal adjust, so when you go to it, it's all, set to go. For whatever season we're in, we have to manually change it for the time for the water to go off based on the season, but by and large, yeah, once it's set.
So there is no like Maxicom, there were, you could go on a
There's a
computer
centralized,
platform,
yeah.
there's a centralized place where you can monitor and change things, but with these Hunter Pro Cs, there isn't.
I believe there is, I believe this is the remote on it.
It doesn't say anything in the proposal about remotes. It just says smart port wiring, but we don't know really what that means. We don't know if that means that there's some central. And maybe we need Jacob to weigh in on this as to exactly what we're buying.
I can look up the actual,
Also, just to my point again, there's clocks, there's risers, there's rotors, there's sprinkler heads, there's this, that, the other thing, right? What else, controllers, like what else might we need to replace in the system beyond repairing what's broken and replacing these clocks?
I think we're good, I think we'll be at 75% with a whole new system. And I think it will, at the end of that, it'll be whatever findings we have when we crack that on. Everything will be all wired up,
So there's nothing else, no other,
no major component.
components that we're gonna have to be replacing or repairing.
This
So
is
you're
it.
saying
Except the
that
rain sensors.
After this, controller replacement for 25,000, that will put you at 75% complete with a whole new system.
No, the 20,000 puts us at 75%. This new system is different from that. Obviously, this will enhance it, make it more efficient, save on water.
Okay.
And then the rain sensors, what
Which
really
is this new one.
is what's gonna save us tremendously.
Okay, so the 75% complete is after this 20,000.
That was already approved
Yep, and then this one of 25,850, that is,
to put complete new timers on every
new
single
system.
satellite, a
right?
whole new.
Well, it
system.
says clocks and it says all
That's-
these clocks with Hunter smart port wiring, whatever that means. I'm assuming that means that they have some kind of wireless something
That they
will
monitor.
communicate to a central system.
Yes. And they're all gonna be the same, of the exception of a handful of rainbirds, and that's because they're 8 zones. But they're also smart as well.
And there's several blank pages, and I don't know if they're proposals. There's a number of blank pages in
No.
the agenda.
I think that was a snafu.
Yeah, so I don't know if there was anything that was supposed to be there.
No,
So,
Okay, any other questions about this proposal?
no, we have to vote on it.
I have one quick question.
okay.
Is what would happen if we waited and put this off until next fiscal year?
We're gonna continue to have the issues like
The
they had
issues.
came up, wasting of water,
Okay,
glitching.
the rain system wouldn't take care of that.
It could rain and it's still gonna go off at the same time.
Okay,
When will these get installed?
It would move pretty quickly. They would probably
Are we talking 30, 60, 90 days?
within the 30 to 60 days. Yeah, right away. Yeah, they would probably be ordered probably starting Monday, Wednesday, depending on the meeting. And I can give you that information when we touch base about a couple of other things. So if you guys wanted to know a start time before the meeting, you can have that.
okay, great. Okay, any further questions before we vote? All right, at this point, I'll call the question. All in favor? Aye. We're so enthusiastic about this. All right, any opposition?
You give us 10 seconds, some of us want to leave.
Oh, you can just
You
go.
can anytime.
Thank
You're
you.
good.
Yeah, that was nice.
Thank you so much. Any opposition? Hearing none. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
It was a pleasure listening to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And you guys can reach out to any of us or all of us as board members.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Hey, we're still going.
We have lots to go.
We'll be here for a couple hours yet.
All right, next proposal is proposal number 982. For, I guess, a flower rotation, summer flowers.
Thank you, folks.
Thank you. The marigolds we have now, they
Right.
got
Yeah, they
put
just
in
got
kind
put
of
in.
late. Will they last through the summer?
So the thing about marigolds is they kind of need deadheading and nobody's going to be doing that.
You know, every time I drive by them, I think I'm gonna get up some morning before it's hot. I can't stand it. I'm gonna go up there and deadhead. Yeah.
So what happens
I'll
is
do it.
after a while,
They
they,
quit flowering.
yeah.
Right.
Why don't we see if we can get through the summer? I mean, it's $3,500, but
Yeah.
it's still money that could go towards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're gonna table this.
I'm gonna pull dead ones as I see them.
Please.
Wonderful.
Yeah, but
Avoid like them.
so what deadhead,
Mhm.
so when a flower is done blooming and it sort of dies back and it starts going to seed.
Okay,
So the
Yeah,
plant is
plants
then
can
putting
stay
a
in,
lot
yeah.
of energy into producing seed instead of more flowers. Deadheading means taking just the old flower head off with the seeds.
okay.
That way, the plant is putting more energy into producing more flowers instead of producing seeds.
You just pinch the head of the
Got it.
what's growing the seeds. You
Yeah, we're
pitched
not
that
talking
one.
about the plants being dead, we're talking about.
No, I understand. There was a few that had died.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay,
I went in there, I was weeding them,
Yeah.
so if I see something.
And if they die, we'd love replacements, please. Because you're responsible for them.
so I'll see if the grandkids will want to go deadhead.
There you go. There's a project.
I was gonna say, there's enough people in the community.
Good homeschool project.
All right.
Yeah, there you go.
Proposal number 10, that's, we're
So,
skipping this.
1070, so we're skipping proposal number
982.
982.
Now is proposal 1072, 30 rain sensors. Again, this was work that we had already approved for Cervello. Do we
Move to
know?
approve.
Never mind. I don't want to even go there.
I'll second.
What are we doing?
Move to
Well,
approve proposal 1072.
We're getting the motion.
Any
on the
further
table
discussion?
Now that we can discuss, yeah. So did you have a question or something before? Okay.
I thought I did.
Okay, I do. Are these just the rain sensors or are they also the solar sensors?
These are the rain sensors that will go with every single new satellite that we install. So for that particular timer, if it has rained, how it's wired.
Right. Well, now I was starting to look up, some information on these, and they have I guess some have like a solar sensor as well. That I guess measures how much, evaporation would have taken place.
Yeah,
Or
evaporation coefficient.
do you know if it's just a rain sensor? So I'm guessing.
Wireless rain sensors.
That's
So-
still far better than what we have now where.
Yeah, if it's rain and it's extra moisture, it will not allow that satellite to go off until that moisture is gone.
Okay, now, a lot of our rain sensors that were currently in use are under full shade tree, they're not where they can catch the rain.
They're gonna be put in the best
Located.
possible
Okay,
location for the
because
best
they're
results.
wireless and you'll be able.
And if there's a branch in the way, I will remove it. And we'll,
Make sure
yes.
it will operate.
it's functioning.
Okay, any other questions on the rain sensors? Hearing none, I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. And if you can do those right away. because-
So I think they'll be done at the same
Yeah,
time.
they need the new system.
So
Yeah.
each timer that we go to, we install a new one, we won't leave that particular timer until that rain sensor is installed as well. So when we leave, it's functioning.
Just because we're missing a lot of opportunities. I'm seeing a lot of sprinklers running in the middle of the rain.
Oh, I
It's-
know, driving me nuts too.
And
I'm
I'm
crazy.
looking over our water bills and they're painful, so.
Oh, and I'm trying. When we talked about the main line, the last
Yeah.
meeting,
Mhm.
the next morning I went and checked. And then I went to the one across from it and found two and dug them up.
Okay.
So I'm on the watch for it. You got it.
$100, that's the one at Pound Sticks.
Okay.
And I looked out the other day and it was raining and
Yeah,
and I even got a new thing, the box, with all the, so I don't know what he did wrong, but. I don't think he did.
Falling back down now.
He doesn't answer anymore.
We will ensure that our functioning.
All right. The next is proposal number 1073, new sod for Needlegrass Lane Pocket Park. We have a lot of pocket parks. Where did this come from and why?
I had received an email on my end
Mhm.
from Paul Awful was looking. So when we had
From,
previous, just a lack of fertilization, so.
no, from,
the email was from.
where's the email?
I received it from Jacob. I don't know
Oh,
if he
okay.
had received
I
it.
think he's trying to be proactive, which is, we appreciate you being proactive.
Yes.
And then it's up to you all if you want to move forward, but
Mhm.
that's what has been requested of them,
That's
is to be proactive.
Fine, I just want to be
think
sure
it's-
that it's not coming from somewhere else, that
Right,
it's coming from the professionals.
Yeah.
so
We didn't generate it.
I would say when I went there to measure it, I would say about 80% of the zoysia was like gone
Mhm.
out of the middle. And then the St. Augustine of 70% as well. So we proposed to replace all of it. The irrigation there is working, the shrubs there are fine. And when we do the mulch in the fall, like that park would be complete, done, and beautiful.
I would like to wait until September or October instead of replacing it in July when.
It's scorched.
Yeah.
So wanna revisit it in the fall then?
Yes, please.
Yes,
Okay.
And we
revisit it
do
in the
have
fall.
other parks like Buck Lane.
yeah. We
needs
may want
to
to
be
put this in
rejuvenated.
our next fiscal year, which starts October 1st.
Okay,
Just because we're spending so much on landscaping,
Irrigation.
way above our, and not just irrigation, but on landscaping
That's
too,
true.
because their contract price is higher than what we had budgeted for since they came after.
We would do
develop.
like this.
I would like to
back
present it in
here.
September so that we spend the
revisit
money,
September
yeah,
agenda.
yeah.
Okay.
Because by the time they get to it in October, temperature should be a little more moderate and the likelihood of the plant material surviving well and, thriving is going to be higher than installing it in July.
I agree.
Okay.
I agree.
All right, proposal number 1077, which was handed out to everyone and was emailed to everyone. This is to replace a timer controller for SAT 23. What's that? Why is that different from our?
I wanna
It's
say
already
that,
approved.
I think that was already approved and that's from last month.
Oh,
When we had the asphalt, I think that's the timer that you and I were just speaking on.
okay,
We already replaced.
you already replaced it.
Ratification date?
Yeah.
Okay.
I will get
sent
with
over
Jacob.
as new.
All right, I will get with Jacob on that
Okay.
particular one.
Thank
Because
you.
the date is 6/15.
That's what I'm saying. So this was, I think, my understanding is this was a new thing, but if it's already been done, that's even better,
But
Yeah,
if we
see
need
that?
to pay for it, the question is it in the other
With the 30,
25,000?
let me get Jacob to follow up with that one, being that we just approved that.
Okay,
It doesn't make sense.
yeah, it seems like that would be in that.
Yeah, can I?
that's fine. If you could just shoot me an email, kind of laying it out for me, that way I can distribute to the board.
Okay.
This says clock 23 to be changed, but I thought there was something that I saw somewhere about the one.
Clock 23.
That's what this controller for satellite 23.
Mhm.
That's what this says. And then clock 23 in the one we approved for 28,000, 25,850. There's a clock 23.
That's why I want to
So I
follow
think
up.
it's, yeah, I think it's duplicated. This they went ahead before we approved the big 25.
We had a
So
problem.
basically, if the 25 didn't pass, then we would need to address this to pay them back.
Also, this 20,000 here says replace 3-bed controllers located at pocket parks, including Rainbird TM2, asphalt laydown area completed already due to sod. And that is under this $20,000 proposal to get us to 75%.
I think that particular, the reason why it was 29, because instead of 30, that's that particular clock. They were just showing you right there, the work that's been done at this point, and they just put it there within everything else, because that was an emergency issue on that particular location.
Yeah, but see, considering that we've got a proposal for $20,000 and this item is under irrigation repairs, it looks very much like this $20,000 includes the replacement of the 3-bed controllers.
Those are the Rainbird ones?
Well, it says including Rainbird TM2. It
Oh.
doesn't say,
Okay,
Well, what we can do is I can have Jacob follow
Yeah.
up, and then it has the individual prices. So
okay, and then
let's say in
remove whatever,
Discovery, if there was those three, we can
Or-
remove,
since that's an NTE,
right,
Yeah,
that's something
yeah.
Jacob would answer, but I don't see why we couldn't.
okay.
You know,
so
one
we're
more pick.
gonna have to table this. or-
No, that's, yeah, he's investigating that. We're pretty sure
Yeah,
it's
this one-
included in what we've already got. Okay, there were a couple things that were brought to my attention that we need to consider. We took out a number of trees, most, and we said, we're taking them out. This was before you all came on. We're taking them out. We're not going to replace them. We're going to see how the other trees side by side, because our trees are kind of crowded. There was one at 6850 Sundrop that we took out. This, however, this is right next to an elm that just, they put in the wrong elms. When they came in, they didn't put the ones that were supposed to be in neighborhoods. This is a kind of a scrawny little elm. And so it looks extremely bare there.
Where is this?
6850 Sundrop. And so I would like to recommend, now there's one just down the road that we took out also, but there are good trees on either side, so that does not need to be replaced. But this one at 6850 is a huge void in our tree canopy. So I would like to recommend that we have you all come back with a proposal on replacing that or putting a live oak in there.
All right, I will give an estimate for that and to stake it and provide it with a water bag.
No,
if it's so hot.
Proposal for live oak or what?
Schumard?
Or a shingles.
Remember,
Take a look at what's on that street
I got you.
and recommend an appropriate tree to go in there. Also, the third oak that Cervello had put in on cup seed. And then there was, everybody thought everybody else was watering them. The two that have been replaced died deader than a doornail. This one is right across the street from your house. And it struggled, it tried its hardest, it was looking like it was going to make it. And then just in the last month, it went belly up.
So you
So
want them to provide a proposal?
if you can look for that one is on cup seed in this area next to 3314 Pond Pine, and it's real obvious it's deader than a
say that address?
3314 Pond Pine.
It's the house is on the corner of Pond Pine and Cup Seed.
Right,
So if you find.
the
house
trees
is-
on cup seed, the
Right.
house.
Removal and replacement.
Yeah, it's not gonna be
Removal
hard
is
to
not gonna
remove.
be much work.
No. we
Yeah,
can't.
Pluck it up.
Okay.
It was planted, what? Maybe 6 months ago with that.
Probably, and then Infomark replaced the first two
Mhm.
that just died like right away. That one was, like she said, struggling.
It tried. We were giving it time,
And
belly up.
Okay.
So again, that would stay in you guys.
I'm not sure, I'd have to talk to Chris.
Okay,
I'll get an estimate.
because they
I
used
didn't
to,
see, like, even though
Yeah.
It was coming back.
Okay.
And
It-
just-
Okay,
you stress a tree like that bad. and-
I'll look at these Monday,
Okay.
these two locations.
All right, before we go on to the consent agenda, and before we release you, let me put it that way. There's one thing, couple of things in the consent agenda under our financials that I wanted to check with. Oh, let's see.
An invoice?
Yeah.
Invoices.
I don't know what I did with it. One of them, yeah, their invoice, if you've got that there. Oh, here, I've got it here. You've got your regular monthly, you've got the 1350 for taking down the tree and replacing it with a Schumard oak on Button Bush.
Mhm.
You've got $485 irrigation charges, but it doesn't say anything about what they are.
I can look into it. What I think it is, it's above and beyond the typical rotor head. It could be like a main line.
Anything above 2 inches.
Right.
Right. Something that took a separate trip.
Okay, it's just, it looks like it's just 1 hour of labor for each of the four.
I'll have them be more detailed.
Yeah, they'll tell us what they were working on and what it
Okay,
entailed.
more detailed on extra charges on the bill.
And the other one is for 1,090. Those are for 2 live oak trees, and I think those are the ones on cup seeds, so that invoice should have gone to Infomark.
Yep, those,
511. It's 1,090.
they were installed. I remember I personally installed them.
Yeah, but you're gonna bill Infomark directly, not the CDD. is
Okay,
what
I'll let Jacob know.
Teresa's
Yeah.
saying.
No, I mean, you did it fine. We just need to now, they'll have to create an invoice from Harmony to Infomark so we can pay Harmony back.
Okay, that'll be the easiest way.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay,
Fine,
But
okay.
wait, I need to make sure I'm looking at the right, which.
511.
511,
511.
I have them all. Invoice 511. For 1,000.
And 90.
Should pay CDD. Okay.
Okay.
For the future.
Yeah.
Okay.
And other than that, if anybody has any final questions for,
Leaf pickup.
All right, so right now, we're picking them up, but it's like in certain really bad areas. If you give me a list of the spots that you find that are, that can't
It's-
wait
It's
until,
in the verge, meaning the
Between the
grass
sidewalk
between the
and-
sidewalk and the curb.
okay,
From the sundial on Schoolhouse all
okay,
the way down to the traffic circle. And then on Catbrier from the beginning of the golf course all the way up to Five Oaks. The leaves there, I think the leaves on the street were picked up. Some of them were blown into the verge. They, whatever fell in the street after that got picked up, but what was in the, what got blown into the verge or fell in the verge, that never got picked up.
let me get more back on that for you,
It's a bunch.
okay.
the spider lilies and amaryllis.
So an update on that, I am waiting for, I reached out to, I have location picked out. And Jacob did get a hold of me with 3 locations. I reached out to my HNAC members, Harmony Nature and Animal Committee members. They're happy to plant them. I reached out to the person who has the amaryllis bulbs. I haven't heard back from her, but I'm waiting to hear back from, so Tim is one of the people who's going to help plant.
Mhm.
And Dan Heck is the other, but he and his wife are away and they should be back any day now. So once they're back and I can get the bulbs from them and from Pamela Manager, who's donating the
Mhm.
amaryllis, we can get them installed. But I just need to give Jacob a few days for them to prep the site.
Site where you
And then
where
we
are they
can
gonna
get
go
them
in?
planted. Now you have to ask me that.
Pretend I
Uh,
didn't, we'll move on.
I think they are, one of the locations was by the golf course. It was on like in the park. It's along the golf course. It's a CDD property where there's a fair amount of sun. And not a lot of people walk there because it's closer to the town center.
Here's the irrigation ones for $85, and I just put, you just need more detail on there, because it really doesn't tell them what the $85 charge is.
You got it,
For where,
more
Yeah.
details on.
what
I'm
and
sure.
where.
You got it,
All
just
right,
wrote it
and
on
I
there for your reference.
think unless someone else has anything,
We can stop bullying you.
Yeah.
I don't mind.
all right,
That
thank
it?
you. I think that is, I don't hear anybody else speaking up, so I think you can.
We'll be in contact as
Okay.
far as scheduling with the timers and
Okay, do you
moving
need
forward.
another card?
No, I haven't, and you have my number, call me whenever. Thank you,
Wonderful.
guys.
Thank you. Take care.
Do you want this back or do you want him to have it?
I have my own,
You can have it if you want. I have several. copies.
take it. Nice seeing you.
All right, take care.
Good night.
You too.
Whoops. Hey. All right, the next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. This includes the minutes from 2 of our regular meetings, our April 27th and our May 25th. I did not see workshop minutes, so
Yeah,
just the April and the May.
April and May, and also sent out the revisions, so
Mhm.
Mrs. Castle sent in revisions, Mrs. Kramer did. Joe sent in some as well. So all of those amendments have been made. So what we wanted to do, and of course, the agenda went out, so my plan, as long as the board's okay with it, if you accept those minutes as amended, she sent out the amendments. Then what I'm gonna do is we'll put them all together and we're going to repost the full agenda with those minutes in there.
Okay,
That way you have a full agenda on there with the full actual minutes.
Sure. And could you please take out the blank pages?
Yes.
Thank you. And maybe include, it used to be, and maybe it's like I would have to
include the
look.
invoice summary in it. too.
Yeah, the invoice summary isn't in there. Also, there was no engineer's report. There was no legal, legal counsel report in the
Legal
agenda.
counsel, we
They
don't
don't-
get a report.
Yeah, and
And David provides a report when there's needed one, but everything that David sent us, yeah, it was all alleyway stuff. And all of that.
That's
is
all
in the agenda. It's all in the agenda. So other than that. it's-
Well, I was talking about anything that
Oh.
happened with the county regarding the community maintenance facility. Okay,
So again, to answer your question, Carol, yes, if we get a council report or something, but usually he gives his verbally. And then David, anything we get goes into the agenda.
okay.
so this is the minutes from those two meetings, the May 2023 financial statements and the May 2023 invoices.
And on the check register, and some of you, this was before the meeting, I told who was sitting right here, there is a typo on the last, on the 277, last page under QTAC Rock. It shows 33,000. That is not accurate.
I
It
was
Had a
was-
stroke.
Yeah, I did too, when I got the phone call and I was like, I would never approve that. And nor did they send that in. It was a typo, an extra 3 was added there, so there was no invoice sent in with that amount and there was no invoice paid with that amount. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay.
I'm just glad you clarified that there are blank pages, because I downloaded the agenda 4 times.
Well-
I kept thinking I was
Missing.
missing.
And I'm not sure how that happens. It goes through the whole PDF process. I'm not sure. I have no idea.
Yeah.
Can't
Okay.
answer it, not
And
technical.
it,
So
It's the fly up wall.
are there any further questions? I have a couple of things that I want to remove from the approval under the invoices.
Well, I think you should go over them now before we make. a
Okay,
motion.
great. One is, well, we're gonna keep the 2 oak trees in. We'll pay for benchmark for them and then you will reimburse
Okay,
us.
and then on the actual invoice for us. They'll create a Harmony invoice to Infomark and Infomark will pay that invoice to the district.
And the Infomark, on your bill, the storage fee showing up.
The storage fee, the 700 and something, okay, you guys signed the contract. And I was not aware of that contract. It was a contract that was signed a very long time ago for storage fee. So I will send that out to all of you. And I have been saying no, 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 and then taking them off of your invoice. And so the higher ups kind of said, why are you doing this? Because they opted not to pay the storage fee. Well, apparently there was a contract done back when I think Kristen was here. And it was signed and approved by you all, so I will send,
I would love to see that.
yeah,
because I
Chris
do not-
actually is the one who sent it to me. So I will forward that out to everyone. I will also include your legal counsel on it as well. And
Well, at this time, can we have those placed on,
hold,
scanned in and drop the storage fee?
if that's what you all want to do, then yes. I would
Yeah, there's no
absolutely go
reason to
back
keep
and
paper
say,
copies.
let's get it all scanned in and not have these banker boxes of
reason
historical
for it.
records that started from day one. That's essentially what it is.
Mhm.
Is the storage of all these banker boxes. And it ends up being, I think it's like $15 a banker box, and you have, obviously, you're something years old, so that's what it's from. And I was not aware of that contract, so I apologize, but instead internally, I just kept denying those charges. And so that's what it's from. So I will send out the agreement to everyone. And I will let them know moving forward that the board wants to just digitize those. You don't want to pay for storage of those banker boxes any longer.
Do we need a vote on that or no?
Let's do that just so we have it. Storage fees, no more banker boxes.
So I move that we have Infomark scan in all of our paper records so that they're digital and we no longer pay for paper storage.
Okay,
It's my motion.
I'll second.
Now that is still going to be, is this storage that is like over and beyond the 7 years of like mandated?
Some of it is, so what they would do is the things that don't have to be kept, we could discard, and then the things that have to, and we're talking about, I'm talking like day one inception, because up to a certain point, there's nothing been to add to those banker boxes because they've all been digitally moving forward. So there are probably some things in there that, yes, could be done away with.
Well, I mean, or discarded, but again, we just a couple days ago put on the website from the permit, 20+ years ago, showing the in perpetuity, conservation area invasive control. So
Yeah.
On the chance that there is something, from that, ancient history that, if it's digitized, then it's,
Agreed.
Yeah, I think it would be.
And is there a cost for storing digitized?
Well, that's what I was getting at, like being, fully being pursuant
Electronic?
to the data retention requirements of public records. Does that, is there?
I'll be able to find that information out for you. Also, what are these banker boxes? What are they full of? Is it stuff that has to be kept? And to make it digitized, is there a fee or anything?
Yeah,
like
and
that?
and
Or
again,
to
maybe
store it.
those,
Correct. To
Right.
store it, no. We don't charge to store records. We are your records keeper. But I think these banker boxes of historical things, if you wanted to keep those and digitize them and make everything, no matter what's in there, there probably would be a fee to have that done. But moving forward, Carol, no, maintenance or something like that, no. But I can get all that information. I'll send you also the contract so you can see that as well.
Right.
Okay.
All right.
You didn't call that.
Okay. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Although did we have a motion about the consent agenda?
Not yet.
Okay.
This was a piece of thing to take care of before.
Okay.
Any further questions on the consent agenda? Hearing none, I'll accept the motion to approve the consent agenda.
With those amendments.
Um,
The
right. So moved.
so moved.
Do I hear a second?
One second.
I have a motion and a second, and that also includes the correction of our attorneys.
Yes.
And are we discussing the transcription stuff at some later point, or is this a good time to go over that since it relates to?
It'll be under
minutes
my
being recorded?
report.
Okay,
We're talking about transcription as far as the
Right,
minutes.
right.
Yeah, under my
okay,
report.
sounds good.
I'll lump it all in.
And I'm not bringing up the alleyways now because my understanding is that second payment has already been made. So,
Correct.
however, I would like to put on the record that there are still problems with our. All right, all in favor? All in favor?
You can
Okay.
call the motion. You can call the motion now. We do have a motion and a second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as amended. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. All right, we have new business. Discussion of a new engine in the Polaris.
So is that a bill or is that an estimate?
No, that's the proposal. If you remember going back, they said. They took it back, said a new engine needs to be had. So we went through that whole thing. Then it
That was
went back-
Kissimmee Motorsports, yeah.
Yeah, then it went back and said, oh, no, it doesn't need a motor, it needs this. So they did that, got it back, and now it was started beeping and kind of spitting out stuff.
Yeah, oil pressure.
Oil pressure showed that, went back, and they're like, no, this needs a new motor. So that is where we are with that Polaris.
Okay. And we put in with Route 1, what about $900 in the other work on it?
980.
Something like that, just under 1,000.
Okay. And the installation of a new engine would be 59.
63, including.
No, without the tax, they had to include the tax.
Yeah.
So the actual amount would be 5932 $90.95.
Well, there's miscellaneous. What's the miscellaneous?
Just under 6K.
Not to exceed $6,000.
So the question is. Now, this Polaris
Has had problems.
has
with data.
had serious problems all through its life. The transmission had to be redone.
Oh,
Lost Zoom back for audio only.
okay, I'm dialed in on my, oh, okay, says we're. Give me a moment.
Do they still have audio?
I'm on my phone, I still see video of it, but I obviously don't have the audio on here, so.
This is Mike Eckert. We now have audio and video. We had nothing for a while and then we had audio only. But now we're good.
We got the good stuff.
Oh.
While we're in this limbo, could someone look up what our last, I guess it was the club car purchase cost us for a new electric?
That's my cracking shot.
You.
Lucas on it.
No, I'm good, thank you.
I can't remember how much, who we bought it from, but I thought it was about 11,000.
That sounds about right. Have audio and video.
Okay,
All right, we're back online. Thanks, everybody, for your patience. We're under new business. We're discussing the possibility of a new engine for our Polaris. The Polaris has been having trouble its entire life with us. We had to have the transmission replaced. Luckily, after much back and forth, we did get them to cover that under warranty. However, the engine problems started just after the warranty 2-year warranty expired. So now it needs a whole new engine. So we have put about $1,000 in. At this point, it'll take another almost $6,000 to put a new engine in and see. My temptation is to just go ahead and get a new electric. But one of the questions I have is there any reason from the field staff, Jason, is there any reason we would need at least one electric?
Electrical gas, you mean gas?
I mean, gas operated, right?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
thought it was to pull the power washer, the tank, the water tank.
And I think that, looking back on the proposals, I think to get the electric, I gotta look up the gas, but the electric was like 15,000 to get an electric.
even, yeah, get there's another company that's supposed to be doing their on-site repair and maintenance. And from what I understand from what Brett just has been round and round, is it Briggs?
Well, this, it's,
Yeah,
since my first meeting, we've been problems with the Polaris, and that's why I remember,
mhm.
and so I'm wondering if field services would rather have a different machine.
Probably just because of the diesel, my guess, like. Just go with regular gas.
Is the Polaris a diesel?
Yeah.
Like to hear from Lucas.
Lucas, I'm sorry.
If we go with another different brand, we're gonna spend more money. And with everything going on, I figure we just get the engine replaced and. I mean, it's only a 2019. I know we've had issues with it, but it's still relatively new,
Mhm.
vehicle. Whatever.
It's been out of commission more than it's been in commission.
Right, I understand.
Yeah.
But transmission's already fixed, the engine will be replaced.
It's like a new vehicle.
Yeah, I mean, it's still got a good. It's rehab. Right, yeah, so I'd say we just replace it and.
How much would
The
it
engine.
cost? Because I don't have it.
Well, she said the electric one's like 15, so gas would be like what, 12 or something, over 13.
Probably, it's not as
Probably.
expensive as that, let me see.
Yeah, and
And
what we
then-
get for it, if we sell it, we're not gonna get much.
The cart was 12 to 13,000 at Advantage Golf Carts is who we bought it from.
Okay, that was
That was the
the
newest.
club car.
The club car.
Was that
And-
electric?
I
Yeah.
thought the gases were more expensive, or yeah.
No, the electric was more expensive.
Mhm. Okay, I thought the gas, but I'm not sure. I thought my back and forth with Brett was, thank you. The gas was more expensive because it could pull more and, right.
Well, and last time we were looking, it was, maybe a couple of years ago and, supply chain issues
Right.
were a lot different, so.
And I don't know if you noticed, it says, the oil. Was at the low side of the dipstick and appears contaminated with fuel.
Yeah, that's a blown head. Then the fuel gets into the oil and then it,
Then you have to replace the engine.
because it destroys.
Yeah.
Okay, so any other discussion or questions?
Well, I guess I wish I knew how much trading it in.
Well, they won't take it as a trade-in in the condition it is. We have to go and sell it.
Yeah.
As surplus.
Yeah,
So, but if the new machine is 12, we're putting in 6, if we could sell it for, let's say, 2, we're only looking at a $4,000 difference to have a whole new machine and be done with Polaris. But. So I guess I just wish I had the numbers,
mhm.
is all I was saying.
Yeah.
But we don't, so.
This, I don't know, this seems like the least costly path to being back up and running fully.
For the moment.
And if it'll be up and running, we could quick turn around and sell it. But it's got to be up and running to do that, so. All right, hearing no further discussion, all in favor of replacing the engine, accepting this proposal?
I,
Aye. All opposed? Hearing no opposition, passage unanimously.
never hesitate to vote no.
And we do need the vehicle, so.
No, I know.
All right, the next item on the agenda is consideration of Solitude's hydrilla treatment. Don't go, you can
We
stay.
need you. We're talking
This
about.
one was sent in because Brad, I think, has been treating, but hydrilla is just taking over and he can't.
Yeah, during the low season of rain, so you
Okay.
couldn't reach.
Yeah, the hydrilla is blocking him from
Yeah.
reaching the other algae growth. But this is only one quote. Who did we use for the
Yeah,
last?
this should be
There's
more than
2,
one.
so if you look, The Lake Doctors was $1,250.
Oh, was that in the agenda? I didn't see anything in the
Mm.
agenda.
Yeah, so
It
solitude.
may have come in afterwards, Teresa.
That's there.
You were trying to, oh, no, it is there.
Am
Okay.
am I blind?
Questioning myself.
Page 106.
That's okay. 106. Let me run to that one real quick.
Because we were trying to get multiple proposals.
Yeah.
And Solitude came in at that price, Lake Doctors came in at the $1,250. So obviously, and both of them are very qualified to do the same amount of work.
So the solitude proposal,
106 is a Solitude. Where's the Lake Doctors?
Oh,
no, it's above it.
It's above it. Who did we have do the other lake over here?
Oh, no, that's solitude too.
Yeah,
That's
no,
right.
Not-
No, I don't see lake doctors. There's just the carp for 25.50.
but that's still Solitude.
Or yes, that's solitude.
Yeah,
And
you
then
can do that
there's,
too, for Hydrilla, and Lake Doctor did not make it in there.
No, he came out a
We
little
got
after.
it
Okay.
after the fact, but we wanted more than one proposal, so. Same scope, just no fish. They didn't offer fish.
Right, but this is so Solitude is recommending an $8,372.35
treatment.
chemical treatment to be followed up if we so desired by carp, right?
Yes.
That's what I read when I went through. And what was Lake Doctors?
And what was that for?
Who's calling that?
1,250?
Mhm.
As opposed to 8,375?
And what, I noticed Solitude didn't explain what chemical they were using or concentration. Does Lake Doctor talk about what it's using?
Anytime I've ever gotten a proposal, they never put what they're using.
Oh, the last one we had, it was very
For-
detailed and descriptive. I don't remember, but it was the other one on the other side of the community. And they were very clear about what they were using and
You can ask them, we can definitely
Yeah.
ask them, what are you gonna use? That's not, I don't think that's an issue.
And do we know, yeah, so
Lake
what,
Doctor says essentially.
you want these?
Okay, I can see it. Lake Doctors agrees. Yeah, it doesn't really. Major application for hydrilla, $1,250, written service report included, total services, uses products which in its sole discretion will provide effective and safe results. Commence treatment within 15 business days, weather permitting, from the date of the receipt. The offer obviously is due till July 23rd. They'll hold this price till then. It's 2 ponds. Front associated with 7365 Oaks Drive. Includes a major application for hydrilla, follow-up inspection and treatment. If required, will be provided approximately 15 to 30 days later. Acceptable level of control shall be at 90%. Aquatic weeds can regrow after treatment. No length of control is guaranteed. And that is it.
okay,
But they do not list what
what chemical
chemicals.
agent they're using.
We can ask,
Neither one.
and
did.
that doesn't include fish either.
Right, well, neither did this
Neither did
8,000.
solitudes.
The fish would be another 25.50.
Is this the first time we've had hydro?
No,
No,
no.
we have had several ponds having hydro.
Now it's getting.
Out of
pretty bad.
hand.
Yeah, for hydrilla, we usually bring someone in to treat it because no, it was somebody, no, we don't use
We
bio.
don't usually use butter.
It was somebody out of Georgia. I think I can't remember the name. Shit. Anyway, But yeah, it's so highly invasive, and if it were to make its way into our lake, we'd be in real trouble. So that's why we take a pretty proactive view with it.
Do we feel we have enough information? I mean, we don't have the we didn't see the lake doctor's proposal, but it was told to us. Do we feel we have enough information to move forward with a vote on?
For creating an email if
I think I'm comfortable in that they're going to retreat if the first treatment is inadequate.
I think it's worth the risk with the price that they're offering.
Comparatively speaking.
And then, maybe we consider some grass carp after the treatment's completed, and
I
we could
will
look
say
at
those
that.
all tubes proposal was pretty professional.
They're pretty.
It's still,
Yeah.
but they didn't give
Yeah.
any of the chemicals to be used or what
Yeah.
kind of coverage or any, that it looks professional, but there's no meat on the bones.
I've never seen a pond proposal that gives us what the chemicals use. They will say coverage typically,
Yeah.
but never have I ever seen one that uses chemicals. I haven't.
You were here when we did that last one.
They didn't say what chemicals they were using.
Oh, well,
It's probably a proprietary.
I have no idea.
I'll find it and show it to you.
If we asked, I'm sure they would provide it,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
Move to approve the, what is it called? Lake what?
Lake doctors.
Lake doctor's proposal for $1,250.
I'll second.
I've got a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Are they on the approved list of vendors for us to use?
we don't have it.
We don't.
They have to be licensed, bonded.
And they have to meet the state requirements.
They're on, they've done that.
Yes,
Okay.
they are
That's
a
what I-
vetted company.
That's what I meant, okay.
Okay.
Well, the price difference is so different, they thought.
Mhm.
Okay. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor?
I,
Aye. All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Okay, the next item on the agenda is consideration of resolution 2023-07. Mr. Lynn Hayes is right here behind us, appointing him as an additional assistant secretary for the Harmony Board.
I just want to make a clarification. I got probably 10 emails from some residents asking. So you're adding another board supervisor to the board and, who authorized this and blah, blah, blah. So just for everyone's benefit and whoever's listening, that is not what this is. It's just adding an additional me to the board, sign minutes, things of that nature. If I'm not here, he's here and can do those
It's
things.
an Infomark employee.
That's all it is. No board supervisor. He has no voting rights, same as me, none of that.
Okay,
sounds good.
Move to approve resolution 2023-07-07.
okay, I have a motion. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor?
I,
Any opposition? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Right. That's right. Did we get approval?
were you voluntold?
Said he doesn't get a vote.
Okay.
Thank you for coming, ladies.
The next, thank you, take care. Consideration of resolution 2023-08, the statewide mutual aid agreement. What is this?
Every year it comes before districts right before
Hurricane season.
typically hurricane season. And essentially, I don't know, Mike, if you would rather cover this or.
Yeah, I can cover it. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, so it's called an agreement, but it's really more like a compact between the local governments in Florida that in the event of a hurricane, if you're a party to this agreement, you can call on other local governments to lend you either personnel, equipment, things of that nature. And it's really designed so that, local governments can have an agreement in place before there's an emergency. And so people aren't trying to negotiate agreements like with Osceola County of how much are you going to charge us to borrow a chainsaw, things of that nature. It's actually something that most CDDs that I work with do go ahead and sign on to. There's no cost to signing on to be a member of this agreement, but because you are a CDD with very limited equipment and staff, typically you would be the one that would be the primary beneficiary of this agreement rather than a county or city who's probably going to be loaning out equipment and personnel to help the district. And although we do have private contractors that are available to help, clear the roads after we have hurricane damage and things of that nature, sometimes those private contractors can't get to the site. They can't have the staff sometimes because their staff is either dealing with their own emergencies or dealing with other damage in other communities. And so this is just an extra layer of protection that the district could agree to as a resource in the event you ever needed the resources of a city or a county. You would still have to pay for those, but you would only incur that cost if the board made the decision that we need to ask the city or the county or the state for extra help. So I think it's a very low risk thing for the CDD. I seriously doubt that the county is going to be reaching out to the CDD to find out what equipment and personnel the CDD has. And in fact, in 20 years, I've never seen that happen, but I have seen it where the CDDs need to reach out to the counties and say, hey, we need some help here because our landscaper can't even get over here to start clearing trees off our roads. So with that said, I'll be quiet. And if anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Well, I'll just say also that the benefit of an agreement like this is that prices are already negotiated and we're not going to get gouged by vendors who are charging an arm and a leg after an emergency. So I'll move to approve resolution 2023-08.
Yeah, I have a motion to approve. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Yeah, what?
I think it's a great plan and this has been in place for a long time. It's not something new that just passed the
No,
legislature.
It's presented, I don't know how far back Mike may be able to answer that, but I know every year, right before hurricane season, this is presented.
Yeah, and this came up because we looked back, and I think Karen Haber from my office reached out to the district manager to find out if the district had ever entered into one, and we couldn't find one that was recently done, and the form has been updated, and so we're recommending approval.
I have in our records, we don't have
Let's see.
any
Did ever come in?
mutual aid agreement on file that you guys have accepted.
Yeah,
Like I said, you
I've
don't
never
have-
heard about it before. That's why I thought maybe it was something. And it does mention the governor. How much control does he have?
What he does, I mean, he has a lot of control because he's the governor, but in terms of forcing
He usually
aid
doesn't
upon-
get involved.
he can't force the district to take the aid and pay for it. I mean, the district has to ask for it.
Okay. All right. I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor? Oh,
Aye.
I'm sorry, Dan.
Well, yeah, I mean, all the terms seem pretty well, laid out here that, what, conditions and everything. So seems pretty low risk. I mean, what's the worst possible downside?
They could take our track.
They could ask for our.
Use the broken Polaris.
All right, all in favor?
I
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. All
think
right.
we have an erroneous garden something.
Yes, this is not our garden club
No.
thing, so we're nixing this from the agenda.
Wait,
You might want to find
You being
which
serious?
district.
So there's an email, I don't know what page of the agenda it's on. It's from Annette to Brett about,
It's page 160,
Oh,
but it's not.
but it's
Harmony.
not Harmony.
no, it's not. I know exactly who that is.
Okay, we're gonna send you back to the other district with that one. The next item on the agenda is consideration of increasing the limit on the CDD bank card.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
really?
currently it's, I don't even know, it's a very low limit.
My
card is
500.
1,500.
15.
And that is gone with, a snap of a finger. And what's happening is Lynn, myself, Brett was using his a lot. We've even used Freddie's different Infomark cards to cover the supplies, because they do order a lot of stuff, gas, all these different things. And, I always waive your 15% charge, because if Infomark has to pay for something for you all and it's a pass through, they charge a 15% admin charge. And I've always waived those. So, and it's happening more and more now where, I mean, after a week or so, his card's done.
Well, it's because of the overlap of when we get the bill and when the payment goes in and when they log the payment in. and-
What's the current limit and what are you suggesting?
I mean, at any given time,
5,000? Is that what you're?
I would say at least that. The rules and policy still remains the same. He's got to turn in receipts. He's got to do all of those things.
Got to get approval for the big stuff.
Correct.
Right.
The same thing still all stays in place. He just has more to work with, where right now, he may have went to Home Depot twice and bought something and then went and filled up all the gas tanks and all that, and now his 1,500 is gone.
So I move that we request an increase on the credit limit for the CDD bank card from $1,500 to $5,000. We can always raise it more later if necessary, but that's my motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Mike, any input or?
No.
Okay,
Sure.
That was short and sweet.
thank you. Any further discussion?
No.
Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Hearing no opposition, motion passes unanimously. Next is consideration of the CDD fence removal proposals.
Okay, so I think there was a little confusion on this. You all authorized the fence to be taken down if there was no requirement. There is no requirement, you can take it down. The problem is we didn't move past that, right? If you wanted staff to take it down, or quotes, staff can take it down. Jason said we absolutely can. It'll take us about 3 weeks, 4 weeks.
Yeah, if we just straight do
If
that.
they just straight do it for 8 hours a day, every day, but other things are gonna fall behind. Right?
That means, but
That's also replacing what's,
that it's 3 weeks of the time above and beyond your regular scheduled stuff, like
No.
cleaning the bathrooms. The
I mean-
bathrooms will still get cleaned during.
yeah, the only
3
thing that's
weeks.
not gonna be
Okay,
done
gotcha.
regularly will be the grinding and the pressure washing. That's
Okay.
the two guys. that-
Okay, that will fall off for 2 weeks while this is
Or
getting
3
done,
weeks.
or 3 weeks.
Yeah, be more
Okay.
than 3 to close to 3 to 4 after they timed it out.
Mhm.
But and again, it's not your everyday thing, just the pressure washing and grinding would cease for that amount of time. And I will tell you this. I reached back out to Lisa Smith with the county. I'm assuming the other guy's now gone, because I reached out to him numerous times, didn't get a response back. So no extension.
No.
But, so there's 2 parts to this. They're coming back out. We have until September,
18th
yeah, to get. the
at 8
fence-
AM.
The fence done. It's gotta be done. So I would say prior to that 18th, get it done. The second part of this whole county thing is, Lisa also, I'm assuming taking up for this other gentleman, also asked, where are you with the storage containers out there? Because you are still in violation. My thing to her was, yes, we still do have 2 storage containers out there. We meet on Thursday, the board, and I will have an answer for you on Friday. My proposal to you is, and I don't know, this is gonna come from you too, Celebration is willing to buy both of those containers.
But we need a place to store the stuff that's in them.
That's my next question is, Celebration will take them and we will come pick them up tomorrow. They have already set up transport to grab both of those and take them to Celebration. My only question was, I don't know how much stuff's in them, what else in them, and do you even have a place to put that stuff?
We have no place
The
to.
biggest thing is the golf carts.
Hmm?
The golf carts need to be charged.
I'm sorry,
your-
September 19th.
And your golf maintenance is a no-go. They will not even allow them to park a truck there
Yeah,
while
that's
they're
what I thought,
getting
so.
supplies.
And it's not possible to park them in a residence garage?
That's,
If a resident volunteered a garage,
What do you have to put in it?
2 golf carts.
2 golf carts?
and
We
some-
still have,
there's other stuff.
yeah,
in
we
there
still have,
you know, some tools, blowers.
Trailers?
two trailers, the one with.
We have
Brady
the
uses
trailers
and,
have to go
pressure
out of
washing-
there.
And the pressure washing trailer.
Yeah.
So we may
Like
need
quite
more
a
than
few
one
tools.
residence
Pardon?
garage.
I can probably do the golf carts. I have a 2-car garage and I have 2 cars.
I have a 3-car garage and I only have one.
And,
few of
and
them.
keep in mind that there could be a possible inconvenience, you know, they're going to get them early in the morning. and
7:00 in the
bringing them
morning.
Back at.
It would be 6:45.
Okay, I'll give them
Quicker.
Your own, look at you.
Didn't cost you, but.
So we got half of a 2-car garage here and a half of a 2-car garage.
Well, really, it's kind of 2 spaces of a 3-car garage.
2 spaces,
Hold on, I think we need that.
reconnect.
I want to know when the mess behind all those things are gonna get.
That's another thing too, all those broken down side by sides there that.
We'll put them in a containers when Celebration picks them up.
So what I need from you all is, if you can get a plan together, I need a definitive date to tell her, or you're gonna start getting fined and it's $250 a day.
What did she say about, I mean, is there a consent order again to drag it out? I mean, I don't want to.
I think it's gone to the extent now,
They're not. gonna-
there's no,
Okay,
there's no.
Extension.
Yeah, I mean, she's being nice in the fact of, okay, can you give me a date that you're gonna be in compliance with this stuff? I can offer up. We will have it cleared 30 days, it'll be done, and she says yes, or she says that's not gonna work, if you don't have it out in 15 days, we're gonna start finding you. I don't know, but I'm willing to try anything.
I think that Marilyn and I are good to get it done by next week. Yeah,
Yeah, it's,
if Jason is.
I made room for somebody, on Saturday, and so it's all neat and tidy right now.
What about this other stuff, beside, we're just talking about the golf
would,
course.
will that
Golf
be
course
enough?
is true. I
Okay,
mean,
because the
golf course-
Polaris is gonna come back,
So it's only 3.
so it-
Yeah, it's us.
no, we need it.
Yeah, but that doesn't have to be stored indoors, does it?
What?
Yeah, the Polaris does.
Because we don't want anybody to steal it or mess with it.
And nothing can be stored back there any longer.
No, but it could be parked at, okay, but if it can't be outside, maybe someone was.
Jason, can you get pictures of what's all in there? So we kind of know what-
Really. And also, when you speak to her tomorrow, ask her, tell her that there is a tractor that the garden uses and some equipment that the garden uses. Is it okay to keep one of the storage containers for the tractor and the garden? Because it's associated with the community garden.
Okay, leave one storage container
Mhm,
for garden use.
right.
Okay.
Did you have something to add, Mike?
Dan, it's Nancy.
Yeah, we hear you.
Do you have enough space now?
No,
Okay, I can put my car outside and I have 2, then you can have a 2-car garage. So I have a space next to my garage, but I'm storing somebody else's car, so you can't use the 3rd spot. So I have the 2-car spot.
Five garage spaces right now.
wonderful, Nancy. I think you just put us over the top.
Okay.
And, Madam Chair, this is Mike Eckert, your legal counsel. Are you gonna have some sort of a license agreement or something for the district to be able to use those facilities that deals with insurance and indemnification and things like that?
Probably should. But again,
Do you have any existing agreements that we could use?
I have existing license agreements. I'd have to modify it because I really don't have any other districts that have made the decision to use resident garages for storage, but I've got license agreements I can pretty easily modify.
Y'all are at it for.
So do we want him to do that?
If you're going to allow things to be stored in residence homes, you really
Yeah.
need to do that.
The residents need to be protected as well as the CBD.
Yes.
And that's essentially, yeah.
And so, Mike, do these licenses indemnify and protect both parties or just one?
They typically do, although the CDD can only agree to indemnify, up to certain statutory limits, but those limits are $200,000 and $300,000 respectively. Again, the concern would be from a resident standpoint, and I'm not the resident's attorney, but would be that if there was some sort of a fire with a vehicle that we were storing in there and it burnt down the entire house, I mean, that would be a concern of theirs.
Well, luckily, I think these are all, except yours, are detached garages, which will give us a little
Yours is
buffer.
detached, right?
Detached? No, it's attached to my house.
She's.
Oh, you don't have a breezeway you go through before you?
breezeway, yeah.
Okay,
but
that's
my
deep.
bedroom, attaches up to, that's probably a firewall, right?
Yeah. That's what's considered a detached.
Wait,
Can you send pictures of everything that's in both containers so everybody can kind of get an idea of what is actually in these containers?
The other thing I was gonna mention is there's several homes sitting empty in Herndon.
Yeah, but they're not owned by the
I
same.
know, but maybe the owner would like to rent out the garage for a little while.
That's a possibility too. But we don't know who that is.
That'd probably be easier for the maintenance crew.
Right.
So they
Yeah.
have to interrupt people.
Oh, they know they're gonna go to Marilyn's house and she's gonna give them lemonade.
All right, so we'll look at this. Also, we need to touch base with David to see what did they say anything, David, about how fast we could get something done?
They didn't have an opening till like late or mid August, they didn't see us.
I was afraid of that. I looked at the schedules and went, oh, these folks applied in March and April to be on this.
Here's, I'm having a question about the shipping container. Because we talked about moving the stuff in the garden shed into the shipping container. Now, do those shipping containers open on both ends? Or only on one end?
Just one.
Just one in.
Okay, so I can't quite visualize the width of this front end loader. And my other question is, do we have to be licensed and insured to run that front end loader? Because every time I ask a question, well, are you licensed and insured?
Well, our field service would still be using it in the garden. So,
But my question is it wide? If I put the racks and all the equipment that we have in the shed in that, can we still get by? If you put the equipment in last, can we still get by that and take all our equipment out? Or if you put it in the back, then.
No, you
can't
want
get-
your tractor in the
The
front
tractor,
so that
yeah.
you can pull the tractor out and have access to everything else.
Yeah, but can you get by, if you only get a front end entrance? You
Well,
have to get by that tractor to get to the tools that.
You pull the tractor out.
you'll still
You have
have the
access to
garden, you'll still have the garden shed.
Oh, all right.
You were not taking the garden shed away from you. The
Oh,
garden shed
well,
stays.
I was out angling for a bigger shed.
Well, we may be able to work that out down the line, but right now. You'll still have your garden shed, so the most frequently used things you can still keep in there. The things that are more infrequently used then would be in your garden container
Okay.
with the tractor. And all the attachments.
Is there an area we can move these shipping containers to?
They're not allowed in Harmony.
That's a whole issue. That's what we even talked last month about finding a farmer that would let us, buy.
Okay,
And so with all this happening, do we need to set a date that we can target when we think we have an agreement ready to sign, that we could then go to county and say, hey, this is when we're going to be
Mike, how quick do you think you can get those agreements to licenses to us?
Well, I can get you a form of the agreement without addresses and people's names in it, probably by Tuesday.
So what if we were to target for within 2 weeks that the containers will be gone? That to
Ask her 2 months, yeah, ask her for 2 months or the end of September or. Ask for as much as you can get, and then if she pushes you back, then we'll narrow it down. But let's not give away the farm yet,
Okay.
because
I'll bring up the, we discussed it tonight. My one question first and foremost is the garden, club uses one of those storage containers
For-
because it's tractor, garden things, timbers, all of these things. Can that stay back there for the garden club? That'll be my first question. The second one is, okay, we'll talk about the second one. Can maybe we have the same deadline that we have for the fencing? It's really not that far,
Right.
if you think about it. And if she says no, then I'll kind of start
Just
negotiating. from there.
explain to her that we have to find a place to store all our stuff, and in order to construct a location to store all our stuff, we have to go through the whole county
We
process,
can't get on until August.
and we can't even get on for a preliminary.
Right. I'll explain all of it and see what we can come back with. She's been very nice, but she did say.
Yeah,
if this
she's
does
got
not
a,
get rectified, you will start getting fined.
right.
So, but I'll see
So-
what I can do and I'll keep everybody notified.
David, were you able to get the application for that pre-application meeting in?
Plus is a pre-screening meeting, which they did not use today, so we will not. You wanted to see that you were formal.
Right.
Just to get an answer before tonight, and that's quickly.
Okay, so did you put in something for the pre-application meeting?
Yeah, that'll be next.
Okay. So nothing's gone in yet. I'm just saying, if she says, hey, we've already got an application in for the pre-application, we can't get on until such and such a time.
So the pre-application meeting. That was nice.
Okay.
So before you go further down, back to the fence, I'm sorry, I jumped ahead on you guys, I apologize. Are you wanting staff to do it with the understanding and the expectation is those certain things are going to be delayed for until they can get it done? Or do you want to go with one of the proposals that were submitted to have them remove the fence and they can get it done, in a day or two, I think you said?
I'd rather save $6,000 and have our staff do it. And also that means that they can retain any fencing that is in
Right.
good shape.
They're gonna have to
be
go
removed.
through it anyway. They're gonna have to be out there. And
We need another garage, Dan. It's available.
but also we have what, 6 weeks? 10 weeks between now and when we have to have it all down or repaired.
And cleaned.
So we have 10 weeks, so you could kind of scatter that 3 weeks. You can take down this section and then so that we're not doing away with grinding for the total.
Do you have a dumpster that you're gonna be able to? How are y'all hauling this from 192 back to where we're throwing it away?
We have the trailer to
The
do
two
it,
Trucks?
Yeah, we use just my truck and the other truck.
and you've got the trailer. You could drag the trailer out there and you could get a lot in it.
It usually falls over, but
I'll give you some plywood for sides.
Do we have a place to dump it, or are you gonna have to rent a dumpster?
No, it'll have to go to the dump. They'll
So you're
just
gonna
trailer
get a
it down to,
yeah, we're gonna have to get a dumpster.
either
Usually
get a
we just cut it
dumpster
off in
or
pieces and throw
trailer
it
it.
in the trash.
Where is that? Isn't there a dump right in Holopaw or? Anyway, so either way,
All right. so you
whatever
need a
works
motion.
best.
Well, I have a question, question, so I see Ashley, I see Chapco, I see AC Master, did we not hear anything from Straight Line?
Yeah. Straight line
$3.
was 10,500.
But don't we already have that deposit with them?
You're not getting that deposit.
Forget it. They're not gonna apply it to this.
Nope.
Only if we got a new fence.
If we got a new fence, they'd apply it.
Hmm.
And is taking down the old fence requires skilled labor?
No,
You think so?
pretty
The
open.
slats just slide in and out. They're not attached at all. And then the post, you just push them and break
I don't know
off.
if they're in, are they in cement?
So far we found none in cement.
Okay.
Yeah, so you just wiggle them and.
The ones we
pull 'em right
did
out.
put new ones, we did put cement.
Okay,
All right, so then that's, if you're deciding to go with staff, then that's the motion you need.
Well,
So do we need a motion for that? I don't think we do.
I would prefer you did.
can you hire extra people for this period of time? No.
well, we have to have one of our staff out there to evaluate and see what we wanted to save.
Right, but they sometimes have extra
but-
people, like they said, the
Right,
day laborers.
a day labor or something,
And
but
so,
I think if we spread it out, we can still get some grinding done in between. Yes, we won't be doing as much,
Right.
but we'll be doing some in between.
Yeah, I can do that.
you want a teenage girl whose boyfriend broke up with her?
Oh, no.
Like to take a hammer to
All right,
something.
less stress. I'll add more stress.
All right, I'll accept a motion
I
to
knew
have
you were-
staff handle this. So, do I have a second?
Second,
A motion is second to have staff remove the fence. All in favor?
I,
Aye. All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
And to be clear, that's just CDD property, but not
Only.
the. Stopping at the entrance areas that are closed,
That are not CBD.
as we discussed last.
Correct.
Right, at the last board, code enforcement board meeting, I was reading their minutes and the Harmony Golf Course evidently repaired theirs. So how long the repairs will last, I don't know, because they didn't replace it all.
And that is also to include, they'll keep what's salvageable
Mhm.
and grinding and pressure washing could very well fall behind. Okay.
Understood.
All right, the next item, pardon?
Half joking, but where are they gonna be stored?
Yeah, I don't know where you're saving the good stuff. I mean, I don't know what storage you even
We'll
have.
look for another garage.
Where are you
I
gonna put
guess
it in the meantime? Because you can't put it back there.
Does it have to be stored inside?
Yes,
It
Nancy,
should
it would.
be.
It should be,
PVC.
I can only fit so many carts and
Well,
so
that's
many.
true.
boxes.
Well, that's why it's like it is.
I understand,
Yeah, but I have a 2-car driveway next to my garage and depending on when you're gonna do this. So you can have the 2-car part, because my friends have the 1-car part. Because they're away on vacation and probably until into beginning of September. But in the 2-car driveway, they'll only be my car. Can't we lay some fencing there until things get organized?
You could cover it with a tarp or something.
That's why I have the new ones now covered in tarp.
Okay,
I have a tarp.
is that exposed to the eyes of the HROA?
well, we can contact them. I'm sure,
It's in the alley.
I'm sure
Okay.
that the HOA can exempt that for a month
I
or
mean,
two.
we're just
Well,
talking for a temporary.
Yeah.
well. How long is it gonna
Where's
take?
your magic, Carol?
All right, we'll leave it to you. So that's what we'll do. All right, the next item on the agenda is consideration of the trailhead sign proposal.
right, so this is in the agenda package. I can't find it now. Tim had sent me a photograph of the signs they have on
Harmony West.
at Harmony West, right? So this is what, and the actual signs, they're, like the little street signs that are like
Mhm.
this and this, right?
Okay,
So we would have the trail name and then, we might also, I talked to Dan, he said it would be easy to have a QR code. There are the signs,
Okay.
you can pass it. Thank you.
oh, cool.
Right? So they have their logo. They have 2 signs. It's very confusing. One says no trespassing and the other says,
Just-
yeah.
Go ahead.
Somebody wants to see. The only thing I see in here is we says no ATVs or 4-wheelers. I would put no motorized vehicles as we discussed at the last meeting. Because again, you're gonna get somebody, I'm on a UTV, not an ATV, or I'm on a, yeah, so that would be the only.
No motorized vehicles.
No.
And so we were talking about having a QR code that people could, scan, and then it would give them information about the trails.
We could link it to, I've forgotten his name. His
Well,
videos,
Dan is he's been working
look
on a
at-
trail map.
right?
So we could link it to the trail map, and the trail map will have,
Length and the
yeah,
difficulty
exactly.
and stuff.
Yeah, no,
So
they're
the trail
all
name,
level.
open dawn to dusk only, use at your own risk, no motorized vehicles, uneven terrain, beware and respect wildlife, carry out what you bring in. Trail cameras in use, QR code, not on the sign, but I just put a note, QR code to info on trails and maps.
Yeah, it'll be on the sign.
Oh, well, okay,
Yeah.
there we go.
Now, wasn't it discussed last month that like some people do use, I guess butterfly specifically for, bringing kids to school? Are we thinking we'd be not allowing that anymore? Or
With golf carts.
golf carts, specifically not?
You have no motorized vehicles.
Well, remember, Butterfly Trail, first of all, Butterfly Trail is now, all that land is now owned by Harmony CDD West. So
Well,
we,
put a sign up there.
and so I have reached out to Mark Hills because he was the person I was referred to by the Harmony West CDD to talk about, you own the property, we've been maintaining the trails. How do you want to do this? Because now you own the property. Haven't heard anything back. I actually reached out to him again, waiting to hear, but Harmony West CDD owns that trail. We don't. Billy's Trail, we own part of the Billy's Trail from Five Oaks to where it joins up with the Four-Star property. There's really no reason that carts, once that the Four-Star property stone gets compacted, there's really no reason why you wouldn't want to drive on that. So we've got Billy's Trail, we've got Butterfly Trail.
Lily Pond Loop.
Lily Pond Loop is off of Butterfly
Butterfly.
Trail as well as Pine Needle Path, but they're still owned by Harmony West CDD.
Oh, they did give all that.
Dick gave all of that to Harmony West CDD. I'm hoping they know what they're doing, but
I hope they're.
they're
gonna
still developer,
remediate.
right? They're still developer
Mhm.
controlled, so. But anyway, so, and it's right up to like almost to our sidewalk that Harmony West CDD now owns.
Mhm.
So how many CDD trails do we even have left? Billy's Trail?
We really don't, Billy's Trail really isn't Billy's Trail, really.
Well, we
We have the path behind the enclaves.
It's the one that started at the garden. that
well,
went
Jug
up to
Creek
the-
Trail,
the-
Jug Creek Trail. I was just speaking, Teresa asked me about that. A lot of that trail has been impacted by the development on Middlebrook and Feathergrass. And probably also South Lake here because it went in the woods there, behind Featherbrook and Middlegrass. It went up through the RV lot, started at the garden.
Yeah.
It actually started at Town Square.
Okay, it's almost 8:30. I just looked at the time and went.
But this is something we've been talking about for several months, so let's just finish with it. Let's give it another 5 minutes.
Right, but I
Can we
don't
just
think
do
we
this for
need
Billy's
to,
Trail now,
yeah,
instead of all the other trails we're not really
Just-
concerned about,
right,
because we don't want any motorized vehicles going down that one, right? I mean.
right. No, we don't.
Think that's
So
a
it's-
good decision.
You're talking me? Yeah. You're just talking about from Five Oaks to Billy's Trail
Mhm.
behind the thing?
Right.
Yeah, that's good.
So
We're not supposed to do that, but you have so much.
But that's the only
It'll just be
property
this.
we can post it on.
Well,
right
no,
now.
we can post it on CDD property across from Butterfly Trail. Or, on just on our, just between in
But
the
we've got
verge.
that much.
And Billy's Trail as it is now, it goes from, we have the end of our property that's by the lift station over there.
Mhm.
On the other end by the cul-de-sac, it's the Enclave HOA. And that butts right up to.
The Four-Star property.
Yeah.
Right.
Harmony Land still right now in the 4-star.
Well, we don't have to say when it ends. So,
Right, well, we have our little parcel grass around, but what Tim mentioned, that little access through the Enclave cul-de-sac. It doesn't go on the CDD property at all.
I know, but I guess what I'm saying is that we could put the sign on our trailhead where we started. We don't want really golf carts jetting up and down behind all the enclave homes anyway.
I agree with that.
So we could put this sign there without any problem at all. It controls our portion of the trail, and what happens on their portion.
Ordering. And it's gonna say Village Trail, correct?
Yes.
Okay, Village Trail with all those things, and then they'll give you a QR code to put on there as well. And 2 signs, you want 2 of those, right?
Yes.
One for each end of
Yes.
Village Trail.
That's 12 by 12.
I don't know. I think it's gonna need to be a little longer than it is wide probably, but whatever, I mean, I don't know who the sign vendors are and what they're gonna
And
recommend.
what size? Yeah, just something like 12 by 16
show
or
him
12
the
by
picture?
18.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay,
All in, do I have a motion?
Is there any?
Did we ever move to have the staff, field staff remove the fence? Did we? ever-
Yes.
Did we vote on
Yeah,
that?
that's
Okay.
done.
Just wanted to make sure.
Now you need just the motion on the 2 Village Trail signs based on that information.
Move to approve 2 trail signs on to be created and installed on the north and south entrances to the CDD portion of Billy's Trail as per in the agenda package with the revisions made during the meeting.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Do we need 2 signs?
I think we do. One at the north end, one at the south.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I thought
because-
you were, well, the other picture I saw, the 2 up at the
Oh,
front. so I
yeah,
was-
no,
okay.
those signs were contradictory.
Okay, all right, cool.
All right. No further discussion. Call the question. All in favor? Aye, all opposed, hearing none, it's unanimous. The next is a discussion regarding correspondence from the HROA.
Very quick. Everyone saw the letter that they sent. They want us to. First of all, I think this letter is. Not, I don't know what I think about it. Anyway, we already sent a letter out to every homeowner. It wasn't our place to say that HOA was gonna enforce it. That's not something we do. That should have been, in my opinion, on the HOA to inform them that they are going to enforce it. We can't tell the residents, oh, by the way, it's your responsibility and HOA is gonna enforce it. So that is what they're asking us to do, is they want a letter sent to every homeowner again. And basically stating that, the HOA, the CUD board wishes the HOA to enforce the maintenance and compliance with these owners. At that time, once we show them proof that we've sent the letter to every homeowner, then they will consider doing it.
I don't think that's our role. We've already sent one letter. I think the homeowners will find out that the HOA is enforcing when they send the courtesy notice.
They won't enforce.
Well-
What's being talked about on the HOA board is that. The enforcement of verge maintenance was not part of, on those properties, was not part of the deal when those homeowners moved in. And when the CDD decided to move responsibility to the homeowner, the CDD did not consult with the HOA. It's not a matter of not consulting, but the HOA doesn't want to be responsible for trying to enforce something where the homeowners may not have been adequately informed.
But they were
They
with
were
the
informed.
letter. And it's in
And-
the HOA bylaws and
and-
everything. It's,
Yeah,
our
so if
legal
the-
staff has already
Yeah,
researched
I
it.
was gonna say,
If maintenance,
not to say that they're not, it wasn't the HOA's responsibility. That's where all of this started first, was the first question that was asked is, if we turn it over back to them, it's already stated in your HOA docs that that's the way it should have happened. So I'm not sure.
But
on
it
that.
didn't happen.
But I've talked to some of the people on Catbrier and they've told me that they have gotten letters about the maintenance of that area between the sidewalk and the curb that, hey, you need to do something to make this look better.
and let's say 2 years ago, if the CDD landscaper had lapsed on verge maintenance, would the HOA have not done anything?
No. Because it's not,
But they did.
I don't know.
When
that they
I've,
did.
when I've talked to some of the homeowners, they've told me they did, that they've
Well,
gotten letters.
According to Mark Hills, who's been the
Yeah.
HOA management company
Mark.
for at least 5 years, he said, no, they have not sent out any letters to homeowners about the verge on 5 Oaks Schoolhouse and Capricorn.
So what, if I didn't keep up my verge, when I did, I didn't have to.
You would.
So why is the HOA discriminating these people versus these people?
All the
I mean,
HOA,
that's a-
all the HOA.
They want
wants-
us to take the heat.
Right.
Is
No.
what,
No, what the HOA wants is proof that these homeowners have heard from the CDD that they are now responsible to maintain that. I don't think it's
yeah, we've said
unreasonable.
that.
The
You,
letters have
you,
gone out.
they just want proof that you've sent it.
Then,
No. he
yeah,
wants
no,
a
no.
letter.
He may have told you that, but his letter does state that. It basically says that, you know, send this letter out, give us
Yeah.
proof you sent it out. And it just has to tell them that you're no longer going to maintain it and it's their responsibility. Well, we've done that.
We
So
have.
send him a copy of the letter that's been sent out, tell him what date it was sent out.
List of
And-
addresses maybe, and
Right.
I can send that, but in his letter, he states he wants another letter sent out stating that the district.
No,
is
No,
saying-
he didn't.
He actually
Says
did.
first request the CDD writes to each of these homeowners to inform them the HOA will be doing this and request proof of these letters being sent.
Right, for us to say that the HOA is going to enforce.
Well,
We can't say that.
no, we can't.
We can't.
So tell him we've done what we can legally do.
Well, he wants proof of the letters being
And
sent, so.
yeah, just give him proof that a letter went out.
And that's in the letters, that's not a problem, but
Yeah.
unless the board tells me you want us to send another letter stating that, hey.
I
you're
have actually re-
responsible for this,
I have-
and the HOA is going to enforce it, and I don't have the authority to do that.
No, we can't say that.
But I actually, I have made that request several months ago to Angel to have another letter sent because people are not maintaining their verges. And I think maybe either they didn't open the letter or they forgot or they didn't look at
But
it
we
or
can't
whatever.
force them to. That's what'll happen with the second letter that goes out. And it's just a
We
waste
can't
of,
force what,
for them to actually open their
no,
mail and
just
pay
to
attention.
remind that, just another letter to remind them. I don't think it's that expensive to send out a letter to those homeowners to say,
But that's not
Just
what
here's-
Mark Hill's requirement.
just to say, we have been told that as long as the board agrees, it can be in the letter that the board has been told that the HOA will enforce this.
I think we've done our job. We've done our responsibility. We provide this to Mark and the HROA board and explain to them, and they will know the HROA is enforcing it when they get the first. It's not like they're going to find them the first day they sent something out.
He's not asking, a letter's already been sent. What he's asking is before the HOA will consider this, he wants the CDD to write each of these individual owners to inform them that the HOA will be doing this and request proof. I cannot tell the residents that, oh, by the way, the HOA is going to enforce this. I don't have that authority.
Right, because what if the HOA decides not to?
So
enforce
if-
it? I mean, we've now,
I'm not offense, sending a letter or not, but if we do send a letter, just say that they're responsible for this, don't say HOA is gonna.
but
enforce it.
we've already did.
Right, okay, then that's perfect. then.
So I can
I
say,
would just send Mark the letter and say, you're not gonna say that the HOA is responsible, that's your responsibility, to say that you're gonna enforce something or not.
So
I-
exactly.
I have no standing
the
to make
board
that.
would like me to do is to send him a copy of all the letters that went out.
Proof that we
Just-
notify the owners.
Just a copy of the letter that, and maybe a list of who it all went out.
I can
You
do,
can say CD, or you can say yourself, or the CD board is not going to.
Yeah.
Speak for the HOA and tell residents that they're gonna enforce something.
You could say, as the HOA documents require that residents are required to maintain their verges, this is already under the HOA's purview.
Right.
right, so I'm gonna send a letter and the list of addresses, basically, that we've already sent this out.
Mm.
I can do that.
Yeah, the letter has the date on it.
Yeah.
Yep, has a date and everything, so I can absolutely do that.
All right, the next item on the agenda is discussion.
Could we go back just a second? Could you possibly make it known that the CDD is still gonna keep the irrigation system going?
So.
I'm sorry, Nancy.
I'm sorry.
This is supposed to be board time. I think they probably figure that out when it comes on.
Okay, all right. Because that's a plus.
Okay, yeah. Well, that's what the HROA needs to realize is that we're still providing them with some service there. So,
Yeah, because that would be some expense. Okay, thank you.
the next item on the agenda is discussion regarding our shipping containers.
You've already had that, right?
Just briefly, is there anything you need to add on that? Celebration's
other
ready
than-
to buy them?
Yeah, and what would you sell them for? If you get to that point of ever wanting to sell them, how much would you sell them for?
The shipping containers? I don't know what the market value is.
What did I
Right.
send you? I did some research on it. What about $2,500 a piece?
Typically, and Celebration said they would buy each one of them from you for $2,000 each.
Mhm.
That's what they're willing to offer if you. get
Okay,
to that
so
point.
we'll,
They're willing to pick them up and do all of that.
yeah, because
yeah.
the,
Got a
Yeah.
company ready to come pick them up and haul
Well,
them
how
out.
come they can have shipping containers and we can?
Because they have a whole
because they
facility
have a whole, yeah.
and a
It's
shipping
all
yard.
fenced in with,
Yeah, it's all fenced in, security, all that.
Okay. Well, since we can't have it here, I didn't know why they could have it if they're.
Because their
They can't
PD
have it.
allows it and ours doesn't.
Or what?
their planned
Their plan
development.
development allows it and ours does not
Are specifically for business.
specific.
So when people have their pods,
Those are temporary.
They're temporary.
Okay.
I mean, technically,
Yeah.
but
Could we
it would
put-
take longer to enforce than.
Right.
Well, then- Are we in discussion time? Because couldn't we just get a pod and put it on that slab at the Lake Park for a while? Would that be temporary?
Again, it's only temporary because it takes code enforcement a certain period of time to enforce against, and we're already being enforced against. So if we show up with a new shipping container somewhere else on the property, I think they'll land on us both.
It's easy, 6 months is pretty usually it's just over now, maybe longer.
Right.
We need any motion on what we hope to sell the shipping containers to Celebration for.
How long will they wait for an answer from us? I know, because
Nice to them.
be nice to them. Okay,
Cause all
So-
they already rent them, same as what you guys were
Yeah.
doing, so all they're gonna do is cancel those and.
And
purchase
bring these
yours.
in.
That's it.
okay. So let's give it another month until we figure out whether the
Yeah.
garages are gonna work and stuff. I'd hate to commit to them and then not be able to empty them in time. Next item on the agenda is the discussion regarding the informational signs.
So this has been on the agenda for months and months and months, but it hasn't been an urgent thing. However, the signs are looking pretty poor, and I wonder if we can find out who put those signs up and then just go to them and find out what the cost would be for, I mean, you know, the posts for the signs are beautiful, the metal background is in good shape, it's just the adhesive that's on them.
It's not even metal, it's acrylic.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. It's like a real heavy duty plexiglass or, because we've got two of them without signs on them down at the,
Well, how about at least for now, we just remove whatever's on them if we have a couple that, you know, and then we also try to find out who the company is that installed them. Maybe there's something on the signs themselves that gives the name of the company that manufactured.
yeah, I
them,
looked, but I
fabricated
can't see,
them.
but
But
what was his
at least
name?
we can-
Brent. I think I've still got his contact information, who used to work with the developer when they put the signs in. I'll see if I can contact him and
Okay.
see if he's got. But do we want to take, and again, the idea would be, I'm hesitant to rip the covering off because then the underlying plexiglass or acrylic could get scarred and nasty. And it'll just be clear, which could cause a problem if somebody was walking.
Really?
walk
Because
into it.
when I've seen some of the stuff peeling up, it looks like it's beige underneath.
There may be a 2-layer. We can check that out and see if it's 2-layer, we can just take, and if it'll leave a beige covering to protect it, we could just leave it like that. But I wouldn't want to peel the whole thing off and leave the exposed acrylic for liability purposes and that it might get damaged. I'd like to be able to just take those pieces down, leave the post up, just take those pieces down, but we'd need to store them somewhere and we don't have any storage area. So that's the problem, but let's check and see if we can just carefully remove 1 layer with the printing on it.
And do we want to, if it's just like another leak that we, because the issue is they look really old, decrepit, and is it just that, you know, the peeling what's off there, you know, that's a good start. Do we want to go any farther of looking for like what it costs to get new?
Well, that's why.
I'll try and call Brent, who used to be the main guy here, and see if he's got a contact, and then we can find out.
Brock, Nicholas?
Brock. Thank you, Brock.
Like, who's Brent?
Thank you,
So Teresa's gonna call Brock.
Brock.
Nicholas.
Brock Nicholas. Unless you know him better. and-
I haven't been in touch with him in years and years.
Okay. All right, so I will call him.
And we did have some stuff in previous minutes in previous meetings where we discussed potential content for those signs, so.
Nobody ever really came up with anything. We
No, you
tried
came up
for-
with stuff, I
came
came up with stuff.
yeah.
You and I both came up with stuff, it's in previous meeting minutes, and if we can.
Pull it out again.
Pull it
and-
out, and then we can just discuss it
Look
at the
at it.
next meeting.
Okay.
So pull out what has been presented and
Yeah.
put it in the next one.
Now, the other thing we could use them for, which would get rid of the plexiglass, is to use them for like holiday decorative banners and stuff like that, just the poles. So that's another thought. Maybe we can do a combination of the two to keep costs down. All right, we move on to staff reports.
Sorry, one more question.
Sure.
While we're discussing signs. And I'm trying to remember from a couple years ago, we owned the property between the Harmony Square entrance. Do we own that tower as well and the signs on that?
Yeah, we discussed
Yeah.
that recently, and we said we
We
did.
discussed that when you were talking about fences.
Okay.
Because the
Okay, so I
fences
mean-
that come in, you don't own, but
Right.
the tower you do. So
Mhm.
that's on
We
district
own all,
property.
yeah, it's on district property.
So-
So we have to look at,
Right, so yeah, with along with discussion for next month, there's, I mean, those developer signs are, you know, 5 years out of date at this point, and.
so
we do that,
let's,
It's good.
Okay.
can I ask all the board members to take a look at the signs on that tower? Right now, it just says like doctor or hairdresser.
Yeah.
I mean, they're pretty nebulous, but again, none of those are there.
Yeah.
And what you might think you would want to put on those. Okay. So if everybody can do that, And then we'll bring this back next meeting. All right, field managers report.
Yeah, so what's happening with our field area supervisor?
Brett was never attached to this contract. Brett's position was a director, and he basically ran under me our entire field department over the state of Florida. So he was here as a support to his managers, that kind of thing, but he was never attached to any district.
Are you replacing him?
We are.
Okay,
We have
so we'll have somebody.
yeah, we have someone internally. Jason obviously has people he can go to now, which is myself and a few other people, as far as the support. But yeah, and even when that position is filled, they will not be coming out here like Brett did. Brett was doing that more as a gratis, and the fact of the first field manager you had here.
We had some,
we
but
were trying to
Brett
get
wasn't
feedback
out
on it.
here much.
No,
He
but
was,
he
but he
attended
was,
meetings.
right, he was,
Yeah.
yeah,
The new gentleman
doing a
will not
lot,
be-
but we have a very competent.
Correct. As needed, if there's something that's going on or hot topic or something that needed that level to come,
Mhm.
absolutely. But the replacement would not be coming to the meetings and stuff like
Okay.
Brett did. You know, unless Jason needed him to do that or something like that. But yes, the intent is we already have someone internally, but they're just, we want to make sure the right fit.
Right,
Yes.
all right.
All right.
Is there anything special you need to
Add
present to us at this point in time?
the 20-foot platoon up is motors here installed.
Oh, great.
I'm sorry, the pontoon?
20
Yeah,
foot
pontoon.
Okay, that was one of my questions.
Yeah,
Okay, so it'll be up and running.
yeah, it's up and running since yesterday,
Oh, wonderful. That's good.
but the
news.
dates are blocked until the 1st of July. I gotta reach out to Mark and
What about the boulders for the ribbon curbs that we were discussing 2 months ago?
the boulders. I'll find. You sent me the thing. Was the email? You
Yes.
sent? Yeah. So
That's-
I'll get.
Brett sent it.
Yeah.
So there's Evers Wood Products here and there's Pebble Junction or something like that somewhere else. And there's 2 or 3 places where you can get that stuff.
Okay. I'll get on.
But it's important to get it sooner than later before our ribbon curbs get destroyed. So, because it's been 2 months since we discussed that and I sent the information.
Okay. All right, I'm, the one thing I wanted to say is there was some discussion of getting some of the branches down around the playground at Lakefront. But I didn't see a picture of the branch that's actually scraping the top of the shade screen. And we've talked about it several times, so if you could just get with Benchmark and.
On the playground.
Yeah,
Emails about trimming the
That was of the gazebo. So the gazebo is pretty.
new shade structure
Yeah.
that y'all put up. Okay.
yeah,
Yes,
this
okay.
is the
This-
existing
The
shade structure
playground.
under the. It's the kitty part,
Yeah.
not
The
the.
green- the green
whole-
ones?
Yeah.
They're both green now.
Whatever.
The older green one.
Yeah.
Yes, the one above the play structures.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I'm tracking now.
And also, at the swing club, I noticed on the bulletin board there, it's still a notice about, our pool heater not working. Is our pool heater up and running?
Well, that company never came out to fix it.
Pool heater?
Yeah.
So it's not working?
One of them is.
Oh, because the board, are you talking about the one to replace them both?
No, the one that you guys approved to fix it.
Uh-huh.
It never came out.
So we approved the work and they never.
They
showed
didn't
up?
approve it.
Have they been contacted?
Then you contact them, they never responded.
Okay, so if we can follow up on that, because we've done all we need to do with it. I didn't get by to look. The Primrose Willow sidewalks were done. But did the 80, I know there were ADA pads, but they were too big and you were ordering some new ones.
Freddie was.
Freddie was.
Has he gotten with you?
No.
I'll get with him first thing in the morning. He was coming out to do that just as a courtesy.
Mhm.
2 of them. So I'll make sure he gets them out. And yes, he was ordering, because ones we had in stock were like a little too big.
Yeah. Anything else?
The two new benches arrived.
2 new benches have gotten here, and you're gonna, one goes down by, behind Greens over there near between the conservation area and what I call Long Pond. I don't know if there's another name for it. And the other one is here near South Lakes. You're
Okay.
gonna get with.
I mean, if we can do some time and I can mark them off, the guys can be exactly where they go.
Okay, great. Okay, any other questions, Jason, on the field?
Thank you, Jason.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. District Engineer. I don't need to add Billy's Trail anymore.
I wonder if we need to put staff reports after the consent agenda and before new business.
That's fine. I've already really covered everything of mine, so. Except for, the reserve study and the.
Transcription.
website.
And
Yes,
transcription.
in the minutes. Those are my 3 things, and I can do them very shortly, very short and sweet with you.
Yeah, but I'm talking about in future meetings, maybe we have staff reports earlier, or not.
New business.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we just had a lot in.
Yeah,
business.
but we can do new business after staff reports, so that they're
You can
not.
change it, change your, agenda around. Fine.
That's what we've been doing for a long time. All right. Mr. Engineer, what have you got for us?
Well, I guess the elephant in the room, we can start with the alleyway to get that behind us. And then the briefing on maintenance is quick because we emailed Jane Adams and Amy. I guess
Hilton.
Amy was out. Jane responded quickly. Greg asked for just a cursory review, so I can give some direction to the board. She quickly responded back, refer to chapters 3 and 4. You need to schedule a detailed meeting. She was of little no help, unfortunately, so.
That, and now that pre-application meeting is it still free?
Yes, but then they'll have every
Okay,
person involved in the process will be there. And it'll be a Teams meeting, not face to face.
okay. And if on the one at the lakefront, you just be sure to mark out the parking that it's existing
Yeah,
and
we're gonna show them the two
Yeah.
options for the two options
For
for
the
the
5
new
Oaks.
facility and one for lakefront. Yep.
Oh, ask them one other thing. Ask them if it being that there's no, if we don't associate an office with it, could it possibly go down in the garden area if it's not a trailer? Because trailers are prohibited in our PD. If it is a nice looking metal structure. It's a long
Where?
shot.
Where?
Where
On the
it is
road?
now.
Where it
We
used to be.
Pave the road.
I don't know. That's what I'm saying is let's ask.
I thought it was already.
We had to pay the road to have RVs down there and to have a office that human beings are.
What are they gonna make us do so that we know what the full responsibility is that we will have to comply with? for any site that we want to put the community maintenance facility on. And we've got to wait, he's got to request a formal meeting, and then they're a couple months out with that. So then once they have the meeting, he'll come back to the board with what they tell him. And it may be even longer. They may say, well, we have to speak amongst ourselves and get back to you about.
And your atypical questions and.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay,
All right, so then I'm not volunteering Garden Road. They're gonna have to bring that up.
right.
Okay. All right,
Say these are
So-
3 different locations we're looking
well, then
at.
well, there's lakefront, the 2 locations of the new place, and now back of the old sites. So there's
Mhm.
four alternatives.
Lakefront, Old
Yeah.
State, and what was the other?
Oh, the new location,
Five
crossing the
Oaks.
dog park.
Five Oaks.
Yes.
But I guess with two.
Now,
three options.
as I passed the 5 Oaks site, the driveway would actually have to be right there near the golf maintenance.
Yeah, but we can get an easement according to Michael.
You need to listen to what he says. It's very expensive.
Well, he said he doesn't know the expense, but
Uh,
it may involve an expense.
Okay, I'm gonna reiterate what was actually in the minutes. He said it's expensive, it's eminent domain. And, all these other things, and with the reception that they got for asking to just maybe put a container or store some stuff there. My guess is we're not gonna get an open arms reception. So, but I'm just saying that what we've got is. I thought it was the light pole closest to the driveway in. Then the storm drain inlet. Curb inlet. And then the open space.
All right, well, we don't know yet.
But I'm just telling him so he knows. Because he has to consider where the driveway can go in.
So you're going to the county with the lakefront, Old Site, and 5 Oaks, correct,
Mhm.
David?
Lake Sun, Old Site, and 2 alternatives of 5 Oaks.
2, okay,
Two?
perfect. Well, the different.
The 2 entryways.
Oh,
Off of 5 Oaks and off the,
golf maintenance.
Golf
maintenance.
and the only reason I keep the other one in there, because they may not like the entrance so close to the golf maintenance. They like to have a distance between them.
Yeah.
so.
But just explain to them that we may or may not be able to get that. Entrance off the golf. maintenance. Because that's an unknown right now too.
Okay. If you want to do the FGT thing real quick, it sounds like they have some good language in there that if you're unhappy, once they restore it, they'll gladly come out and make sure that you guys are happy before they move on to the next sites. I'll defer to Mike if there's anything legally in there that you're uncomfortable with. But they seem to go out of their way to make sure that you're pleased once the work is done. So,
Were we able to find out if that's going to impede on the garden fence at all?
Yeah, it looks like it impinges on the garden.
it nips it, but whether we meet them outside to see if they can somehow avoid the
Adjust.
corner, but
I
Yeah,
called
that's-
and left a message to ask, never got a response,
okay.
because Dan had sent me an email to inquire about it, and I did.
Well,
But
it's-
again, if they nip the corner of the fence, they will
Then
restore it.
Restore it.
Well, is there someone's garden plot there?
Not at that very edge of the fence, no.
Looking at the easement on the way they have it drawn, it looked like maybe. Again, this is just looking at, how it looks like on the Grazer's website, but the blue line of the easement. It cuts the corner. So Marilyn, who has that furthest south and west corner?
Closest to the gate to the, where we used to go down to feed our horses to Lost Field.
Who owns the lots?
Who owns the plot, the garden plot that's closest to that gate?
Well, there's one that it's, Nini Sharo has, and the other one is the children's garden.
No,
Now,
that's the other end. I'm talking about that goes down to Harmony Central.
Yeah.
That's, yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
But the,
With the gazebo is.
But on,
Okay,
but
sure,
this,
they'll look
but closer to the fence line.
well, and again, the,
That triangle.
Just that.
No, the first plot.
The first plot behind the fence.
So if you're going, remember we used to drive down there for the horses, right?
Yeah.
Right? So I'm going straight down here, the garden, the corner of the garden next to that road where I used to go through that gate.
Yeah.
Who owns the plot right there?
There's two plots there. One is for plant flowers and the other one is a vegetable garden for the children's garden, which we've given to the children's garden.
yeah. Now, the work is not going to be done until after September 1st, which means the lease on that garden would have what month, 1 month left?
So we're gonna lose our fence. We have to lose the fence.
No, no. They may have to move the fence temporarily and then they will restore it.
Oh, okay.
They're just digging there and they probably won't even, they'll probably avoid it because they don't want to have to pay to redo it. So,
Well,
Bigger thing without.
the other-
exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
The other thing in that triangle are these are all fruit trees. Up in here.
Okay, well, yeah, it's, that, the work's being done, it's only this, sorry, I know we're late.
Oh, it's cutting.
Yeah, that light blue line, that's for easement, so there's. Very small
know.
hands.
It's very
Just,
basic.
again, we don't want to, we want to let things go as smoothly as they can,
We're gonna do the
but
maintenance
that.
regardless.
All hands, they have to.
They're being nice to,
Danielle Van Horn's, and it's a small garden, it's only 4 by 8.
Okay, well, just making, aware that we're trying to make sure that everything is.
Yeah, and that's an entrance into the garden.
right.
Yeah.
I think it's gonna be fine. They're gonna restore anything that they mess up, and I don't know that there's a reason to raise,
Agreed.
down the alarm jet.
Okay, but the other thing they'll be, they're gonna run into are huge fruit trees.
Yeah, and they'll manage with whatever they have to do, so.
Yes.
The only thing I thought of, excuse me, is possibly asking them to put a gate between us and Harmony West. I mean, Harmony Central for the time being. We'll have to open it up later because that's supposed to be an interconnect. But right now we have people from outside the neighborhood driving through the neighborhood, going down there, going back behind the garden and dumping, doing illegal dumping. So I don't know if we can broach that with them, or I don't think it should be a condition for them to do their
Mike, is
maintenance.
there anything we need to do on our part or legality wise with any sort of response to this?
Well, I think that what you've done is good to reach out to them because the letter invites if you have any concerns to reach out to them. So I would do that. I would not recommend waiving the 5 days because I think you want that notice so that somebody knows to go and check. So I would not recommend waiving that, but I would just keep talking to them about your concerns and hopefully they'll be pretty good to work with. But I don't think we can object or require that they improve our property, but we can require that they, restore it.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so do we need a motion to,
No, I mean, it is what it is,
okay,
right? But like Mike said, if anyone wants to send me a list of kind of questions or concerns, I'm happy to pass that on. We won't obviously wait the 5 days as Mike stated, but I'll ask about the gate.
Mhm.
The fence, if the fence has to be removed, you are, which I think they stated.
Right,
They're
they
gonna
stated that
restore
clear.
Everything back to the way it was. So if you have anything additional, email it to me and I will be happy to include that in my ask.
all right, great. Okay. The alleyways, I'm not gonna belabor this. Everybody knows of my concerns. I just want to be on the record and I'll provide this again. The cracking is getting horrendous. So I'll just provide this to you guys. I'd like to have it as a part of the meeting minutes.
Want this part of the minutes?
I would like it to be part of the minutes instead of, I don't want to sit here and read it into the minutes, but if you'll go ahead and make it part of the minutes.
Okay.
Excuse me. Just so it's on the record. The minutes as if I had read it in or whatever.
Okay.
All right. Anything else on the alleyways questions?
Yeah, just, last meeting, we had talked about, one of the concerns was the, inspector, and we were supposed to get reports. We have information in the agenda, but it's all from the same date, April 18th.
Yeah.
It's one single date.
Okay,
In
well,
the agenda package, if you look at, I think you've got that right there.
Print it out.
right? So, but if you look at all of those reports, they're all dated one day, which is April 18th. All
Right.
of them are from one single day.
And my concern is there are no pictures or comments or observations.
they're all dated different dates.
Okay, and I think that, so this could be an issue with the agenda preparation. When they went in, they were, these were fields in the PDF file that could, have like drop-down menus of all the different, labor types and, so I think what might have happened is that in the process of getting everything into the agenda, that some of those things that maybe were just drop-down menu would have had the separate dates.
Okay, so David, could we ask you?
I mean, I'll give it to you, but everyone's got a date at the bottom.
Yeah, it's all for 18.
It's all for it.
Okay, I printed mine out. It's okay.
But in our agenda package, David, that's.
Remember, this could be my fault. It went on, I got a 60 megabyte agenda package that had to go through a transfer site and trying to,
But this is in the one that was emailed to us individually, not on the website.
Sent them over. They all are not all dated 4/18.
Then can you please scan those in and send them back out to us, because the ones we got in our agenda package are all dated 4/18.
Yes.
Okay, because I literally dragged everyone individually over and it filled up the folder of all 15 daily reports. Okay,
And that's what was downloaded.
okay.
Yeah, but for whatever reason, I don't know why.
Yeah.
It's different information on here. They're all dated 4/18 down here. That's what
It's all the
Strange.
same information on every one. The
Yeah.
only thing that's different
Is
are
the
the
pictures.
photographs.
If something got screwed up with the transfer, yeah, I'll give it to you. If it has to be 15 different emails to keep it clean, that's fine.
It's gonna have to be.
All right.
Okay. And also, I didn't see any observations or photos of the actual milling and paving process. Maybe he wasn't
The
out
guy
there
was
during
out,
that week.
I talked to Jeff Lynch. He was actually following the milling resurfacing truck behind it. And he assures me, the inspector, that they did the proper, I mean, it's Middlesex, who did the work for CCI. Middlesex is what the county uses, and he followed the equipment, and but it varied because the base was not in the best shape. But he assured me that it's on average was the average 1 foot depth of asphalt.
1 inch depth.
Average. It's not, it could be thinner, thicker, but it's the average what they're laying down. So
Okay. I just, if he has anything. I just didn't see anything in any of his reports.
yeah,
All
the
right.
ones you're gonna get, he said, on such a date. They milled and resurfaced alley such and such. Another day he's got another alley.
Okay, we must be missing all
Yep.
that. I didn't see any of that.
Because when he first started, he was observing all the cutting of the pavement for the trench drains. Each day he went out there, he took pictures for trench drains. After that was done, they grouted between the ribbon curb and the old asphalt. And he was out there when they were doing the milling resurfacing. So I'll give these to you.
Yeah, we
15
must be
individual.
missing an
Yeah.
awful lot.
Printed the agenda and I see exactly what David sees. It's all different information. The only thing in there is your date box says 4/18, but all pictures are different. All of the information is different.
No, all the-
Everything's different.
In ours, only the pictures are different.
Yeah, that's the only thing that's different. the pictures and the
That's all I
signatures
remember.
that accompany the pictures. That's the only change different. The labor numbers, the hours, the activities observed, it's all the same.
Are those two vary?
Every single one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just give them to you now.
That's why we were, I looked at them and I went, huh? Made no sense.
Yeah, we'll email them and what we'll do is individual
Okay.
instead of it
It's
being
fine.
a zip
Big
file or
package.
anything like that, and that way it's across clear. Did the videos come across clear?
Those
What
are
videos?
huge. Those are
Videos,
huge.
didn't get anything.
I didn't see any videos.
Okay, well,
We
those
had
are-
some still
those-
pictures.
No, they're like 100,
No,
they're
these
like
are
500.
Videos. Pre-construction videos.
If I give you a.
Oh, I
flashlight-
got those. I don't know that anybody else, you hit, okay,
Sent them?
Yes,
I don't remember seeing
and
any.
they're very large files.
yeah,
There's two of them.
I got them both.
You did?
I don't remember seeing anything.
Okay, I'll resend those too. Sure. I'm gonna resend everything. How about
They were
that?
given on June 22nd.
Mhm.
And we had a download link that the contractor provided that made it easier than my typical link because these were too large. It's
Yeah.
2.4 gigabyte and 2.8 gigabytes. So,
And it was real easy to download them and
I
view
didn't
them
get
and
a
everything.
kickback From anybody.
Hmm.
So I'm not sure. Like
What
a
was
bounce
the,
back, I
um,
mean.
What was the subject line on the?
It says
email?
Harmony C1, C2 pre-construction videos, June 22nd at 1:28 PM. Which I gave to Angel and then she pushed them through to you guys.
Then you should have 15, right? Maybe 15 reports.
Yes, was a separate one that same day.
And then we had some photos of the punch list work.
And then there's two emails from the contractor, one in the punch list, one in the final. Those I know were in your agenda package. And then there was the stuff I provided to Angel as requested by Teresa regarding last year's bidding and advertisement, who downloaded plans,
Yeah, I want to make sure we had all that.
what
in.
led up to the
record.
re-advertisements and all that kind of stuff. So there must have been total 5 or 6 emails, a lot of large files.
Mhm.
Because these are just burn a flash drive and put them all on.
We don't-
I'll just do-
Just send it. Just one email, videos, I'll do the transfer, so look for that. And depending on how large these other ones come out individually, I may transfer all of those. It'll just give you a download, you download it and it comes right up.
It's
Okay.
gonna take up space on my laptop.
Well,
You don't have to save it.
Because I tried.
I did.
refreshing this laptop today and all those take me to their website.
Okay,
So I had to go to, because I had a problem on my computer and I wrote
Right.
to whoever sent that to us, I forget her name. And then I noticed it said, this email came from outside of Infomark, do you trust it? And so when I clicked, I trusted it, then it gave me the links, but before that it wouldn't. So when I tried it today on my laptop, all I did was go to their website.
all right, I'll send everything out individually again, to everyone.
So you don't need a flash drive for me because you got everything I gave. I gave you.
Maybe
Okay,
you
okay.
can-
All right.
Should just be-
That's what I was looking
Pull
for.
it over from there.
Make sure you had it. So the punch list, are they finished with the punch list? Are they finished with
So,
everything? Because
I-
they only did one of all the driveways that were significantly uneven.
So they claim that a lot of them had the lip already.
Well, they did, but again, when we were going back, I presumed that they would match it up, right?
Well, they're gonna do it per existing additions. So if there was 35 driveways with a lip, the one I pointed out, they did,
Mhm.
but I said, look at the other ones. They went back to the pre-construction videos and said many of them are like that. They didn't want to change that in case somebody was gonna complain about altering the drainage. So they matched. the
Well,
existing.
yeah, I don't think it would have, if anything, it would have improved the drainage, but peace be with it. I presumed for the money we were paying that we were gonna get a full alleyway restoration.
On the inlets, I went back to the old videos and the old photographs. The roads were originally steep on both ends, so there's a driveway here and a driveway here, and it was steep right across to the inlet and the existing inlets. They flattened that out, but made it more pronounced at the inlets. I had them shave the corners,
Mhm.
but they had to tie into both driveways and tie into the inlets. So instead of being this way the entire way, They try to flatten it out and make it pronounced there.
Okay.
6 of one, half a dozen other. It was a bad tight squeeze.
It was
in the
bad.
first place.
But we didn't ask them to use collars or anything to rectify those problems?
Whatever Greg and I identified in the beginning, you'll notice some places we had to do complete pavement restoration. The reason we put the slotted drains in there because there was drainage issues.
Mhm.
So all the things we saw when we went out there after a rainstorm was added on top of the milling resurfacing.
Mhm.
So when I walked it, didn't notice that was, because I walked it, probably didn't drive it to see if it was more pronounced. We would have raised the top of the inlet, 3 inches to flatten that out, but that
Yeah.
particular inlet we didn't catch. So,
Okay. Oh, yeah, because the little girl right down and she went end over end.
yeah, I stopped there Sunday and there was a guy putting an irrigation system and he came by and said, "Was everything okay?" And I just told him what I was doing, a punch list. So,
Mhm.
and then I met the guy where it splits. You can go one way around the park, the
Mhm.
trench drain. They asked me if it's gonna stay that way. Yes, I was put there because it was always wet where that park was, where it met the pavements. CCIS, they should take it out. I said, "No, leave it in." So it's not down the middle like everyone else. It's trying to get all this water seeping out of the lawn, or whatever you're gonna call that
Right.
pocket park. So seems to be working well. The grass took really well. So
Yeah, there is a problem kind of up and around where the sprinkler water comes out onto the alley. Or when it rains, rainwater hitting the alley up in that location actually flows not to any of the drains, but to a neighbor's yard. So,
I went out there Sunday morning, maybe close to 11, after we had all the hard rain on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And I didn't see a drop of water. So I mean, I was looking carefully.
no, it's rolling, it's going into the neighbor's yard. So it's draining off the
Is
alleyway.
that the place where the manhole is?
No.
There's okay.
We need to make a time where you and I can walk the alleyways and I can,
Okay, I mean, I purposely went out on a Sunday after all the rain to see
Yeah.
what jumped out, and everything was bone dry, so,
yeah.
okay.
But because that bird bath on where the alleyway comes into Cup C to go across, that's huge and still there. Yeah, there are a lot of places that are still stay wet for extended periods of time.
Okay, because I mean, I'm not disagreeing, I walked it 2 hours after it rained, and almost everything dried up that wasn't on my punch list, so. When it dries up in a couple hours, we call those bird baths, if they're there for a prolonged period.
Yeah,
that's-
the one there wasn't, I mean, it rained like at 11 or 12 o'clock one night. It was dry all through the night and it was 10 o'clock before we went and Olivia wanted to go jump in the puddle. So, and that stayed there the whole day.
Okay,
It's that one that you
I know,
spec
yeah,
out and
yeah.
told them about. The problem is there was no survey equipment anywhere to be seen. They didn't shoot any.
when they mill and resurface versus a roadway reconstruction. It's uncontrolled construction, as they call it.
Mhm.
They're literally peeling off the asphalt and putting new asphalt on there. When it's roadway construction, you do a complete survey and you build it like it's a brand new road. And that wasn't,
Right, but
Well-
in the areas that you told them about the ponding, I would think that they would have brought that up and made it. You pointed out specific areas for them to address, right?
and the ones we call on the punch list, they did. So we'll walk it after the rain. So, okay.
All right, anything else for our engineer?
No, I think I asked.
And I would ask you all, if you're not on come down to the alleyway behind my house. Walk it, the cracking is phenomenal and the pitting, there are big pits. In it, and then wherever I presume it's from people dry turning, how they back out and then they'll dry turn. There's these whorled things in the surface and we're just getting more.
I
and
saw
more
a
of them.
big Ford 250 or 150, did a hard turn out of the garage. You can just hear the wheels kind of. And it's asphalt gets hot in the summer, especially with this heat dome we got. But I will tell you, the cracking is all superficial. It's the ugliness of soil cement, which is the base you guys put out here. Soil cement cracks and it expresses itself through the asphalt.
Mhm.
It's all aesthetics. It doesn't compromise the strength. If it was lime rock, you would get the disintegration of the lime rock with the water, and then you'll see that staining that comes to the pavement. That's actually failing. The soil cement, its strength is good for groundwater. Its ugliness is the cracks you get, the alligator cracks. So
So the staining we're seeing, and I'll show you when you come out in the alleyways, is that a problem?
if there's lime rock, there's a few areas, if it has lime rock,
Mhm.
lime rock has a tendency when it starts to dissolve, it kind of comes to the surface as like a powdery on the surface. Soil cement doesn't. Soil cement just cracks.
So will it be over all the puddling areas, or
No, it could be
it
anywhere.
may be the reclaimed water, irrigation water, as it hits the hot
It could
pavement,
be.
evaporates, maybe it's leaving.
Yeah, you
the
said you guys all had soil cement out there, so.
Okay. Okay. All right. Any other questions?
Thanks, Dave.
Yeah, you're welcome.
All right. Literally.
He's been here enough minutes, first thing he does.
Update on the reserve study.
So-
There was anything in district council?
Well.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He'll chime in on this one too. The reserve study, we sent over, Mike sent over an agreement, and they will not sign it. And went back to them, asked what the issues were, and they won't sign it. So, they are not willing to do that.
The reserve study,
Mhm.
after they presented us with a price?
Yes. And we put it into a CDD contract, and there's a certain type of language in there, and Mike explained to them why it's in there and what it means, and he won't sign it. So, it's to do an update, you already had your reserve study done, and this was to update it with numbers that have come in and, better numbers that we have, and that the engineer has gotten, and all of this stuff. As you go through the work, we've established better numbers on certain things, and that's what this was for, and he doesn't.
Mike, what was the problem area? Do you remember?
Yeah, one of the issues was that they were trying to get me to give them a legal opinion as to whether or not they had to comply with E-Verify. Which is a state law now, and I said, I'm not going to give you an opinion, but we want you to make a representation that to the extent that you're required to comply with E-Verify, that you're doing so. And that's something that we have in every district contract, and there's other language in terms of cooperating with the state auditor and some things of that nature. But really the E-Verify seemed to be the hot button for them for some reason. But the board can go ahead and, they can proceed without any of the protections I built in, or they can go talk to somebody else to see if they can do an update to that past survey. So.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, it was very odd. I've never had that happen.
So
the
it would
e-
almost have to be the principals, because they're just redoing the numbers. They're not coming out here. They're
It's
not.
just this E-Verify paragraph. Can we just excise that one paragraph? Will they sign it then?
We can, but the district can get in trouble for contracting with people who are not complying with E-Verify. So that would be the risk. It's probably a pretty low risk. And then I think there was another issue. But what we had asked the manager to do, which they did, was, tell us which specific provisions are still problematic after we sent the last version. And it sounds like, Angel, if I'm wrong, correct me, they just said, no, we're just not gonna sign anything.
That is correct.
Yeah.
And we're moving on, is what his sentence was. We are not signing this and we are moving on. So essentially, don't reach
But
back out to me.
Didn't our agreement with them
Have a
originally
guarantee.
have a clause saying they will update it for this much money?
Yes, it did.
Yeah, but that wasn't part of your initial contract. That would be something totally separate. They offered that in there saying if you want it updated, there was a couple. If you want an update with a site visit, it's X amount. If you want an update with no site visit, it's X amount. But they are not bound to do that. It would be a new agreement, or under that current agreement, a work authorization or whatever, but he just isn't willing to do that.
So I thought you had reached out to them prior to this
We got a proposal,
and got a proposal,
brought it to you, you all approved it.
and then it was just the agreement.
Mhm. He's not willing to sign the agreement, and like Mike said, if we take out the E-Verify, that puts you at risk. And then his statement back was, is there anything else that you have an issue with? And he said, I'm not signing this and we are moving on.
So he wants us to sign his proposal language agreement.
Could be, but I don't know at this point if he's moving on or if I can reapproach him with something. I don't know. I've never seen anything like this. He does a lot of reserve studies across the state of Florida in numerous districts. I've never seen anything like this. And I would venture to say that most, if not all, agreements are exactly what Mike produced. So I'm not sure what the issue is or was. I don't know. I've never seen it.
Yeah.
We did, and that's what we got.
Moving on.
We're moving on.
He doesn't want to do business with us.
Yeah.
Basically,
We're doing a lot now, like.
it's very frustrating.
Very strange. I
Um,
can reach out to other reserve companies and say, look, we had a reserve study done here. Would you be willing to update it? I can do that
okay.
and see if there are other companies that.
Yeah, that will just update the cost, you know.
And that's all this was supposed to be. It's
Yeah,
just an.
not a
Well-
full survey, yeah.
It really upsets me that they did this reserve study. They put in 3 or 4 years ago prices on it, not up-to-date prices. When we ask them to please make them updated, they put the onus back on us to get quotes and stuff. And even when we provided that, they wouldn't update it. I mean, they wouldn't give us a finished product. We never really got a finished product from them. So live and learn.
Okay, the other thing too, obviously your public hearing is in July. I know one board member may not be here in July, so is everyone else going to be here? I have to have 3 people in this room in order to have that, and it's very important because that is your public hearing and we have to get the budget approved.
27.
July 27th.
And I'll explain, I will not be able to. First meeting I've ever missed, but I just can't be in this room. I may be able to be on Zoom, but I cannot be in this room.
So I just want some confirmation that we have a quorum, at least 3 people. Again, you can join by Zoom, but I need 3 here present in the room.
I'm not going anywhere, so I should be able to be here.
Okay.
I'll be here.
Dan is here. The second part is if Teresa does join by the Zoom, Dan, you're the vice chair, will you be running that meeting? Do you want management to run it? How would you like? I know on Zoom, if we cut in and out, it might be a little.
No, I don't want to try and run it, and I can't guarantee I'll be on Zoom.
Right.
And I know you have a lot going on with trying to do Zoom and stuff, so I just want to make sure we're prepared going into this. Who's gonna run it, who you want to run it.
I think I'll be able to.
Okay, perfect.
No, I should be here.
Okay,
I
so
just
it,
pulled up the calendar.
all right, so it sounds like we have a quorum and Dan is okay. If something changes in between there, or whatever, you can always turn it over in the middle. It doesn't
Okay.
really matter.
Mhm.
Campus Suite, they have already got your website up. It is not live. I'm going to be, Lynn will be sending out a link for everyone to go and view it and look at it. We are still adding some stuff and kind of looking at this and providing information, but the whole swap over initial stuff is done. Please remember, when you look at this website,
It's gonna look different.
it's gonna look different. It's gonna look much cleaner. It's gonna be very easy to read. And my recommendation is when you start sending stuff in going, oh, I'd love to see this and that, remember what you're getting away from, right? We don't want it to be convoluted again. And so just keep that in mind. Again, it's your website. Whatever you want on it.
A place for announcements.
We can do announcements. There's a page on the front. Anytime we want to do an announcement, we just send them what we want. They post it. And remember, any links going somewhere else, those need to be ADA as well. So we don't want to put many links other than to government, links and stuff like that. But you can obviously put news, stuff like that you can put on there. They do not do any sort of apps like boat reservations, none of that. That's not what they do. That would be something we would have to give them to put on the site. Anything that we send them, you get an automated thing. I mean, when we send it to them, it's usually posted within 15-20 minutes at best. And it's posted and it's up there. And then you get quarterly reports from them. They send out a quarterly report, and I won't put that in your agenda, but I will email that out separately to the board because it's a fairly large report that they do.
Sure.
If we need to update it as we go, things change, numbers change, stuff like that, we can absolutely do that, and it's done very quickly. So we will be sending that out. Take a look at it. Let us know your input. If you see something, that we should have on it, that's not on it, this, that, or the other, let us know, and we'll start kind of building that back up with them. And then once it's kind of settled, then it'll go live. And the other one will push to that one. So if someone goes to the old site, just push it.
Well, it's gonna be the same.
It's the same URL,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
Mhm.
And I did get the stuff about the conservation, the invasive weeds. So I'm not sure if that's already been pulled over, but we'll see.
Yeah, whatever has it, and we say, okay, you know what? We don't want to pull that over, but we want to pull these things over. That's fine too. So we'll work through it. And when it's ready to go live, you all will let us know and we will go live. Okay.
And my apologies to Mike. I skipped right over him. Do
Yes.
you have anything to report to us, sir?
I do, just one item, I have been following up on that, transfer from the HOA of track K900. HOA recorded a deed that we discovered for a pond that was never supposed to be owned by the CDD. I reached out to the attorney who recorded that deed on May 24th. He acknowledged the mistake and was going to fix it. I did not hear anything, and on June 14th, I reached out to them again. Mistake, we're working on a plan to fix it. If I don't have a resolution of that to present to the board at your next meeting, I will be preparing a resolution formally rejecting that deed and demanding.
Oh, we lost your mic.
Gonna hold on for 2 more minutes.
It is a sign.
Way over.
Yeah, I can see in here.
Was the $13,000 ever credited?
Yes.
I haven't seen it.
I haven't seen it either.
I haven't seen the 22,000 come over in. Now we missed last month. We missed the and we need to find a better way to do that. Putting this whole ledger in here is.
I just don't know why or where that started.
Why can't she just give us, okay, we see the invoices and outlay. Just give us a list
The
of,
check register. That's all you need.
well, either a check register or just give us, okay, the income we brought in was this refund, just a list of that, but yes. I know we've been
You
working
lost
on that.
there.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
trying to.
No, I agree. But yeah, I don't know why you get this. I mean, I don't know. I guess it was set up. a
Well,
long
we were,
time ago.
no, what we were, it was a response for us when we asked, can we see what funds are coming, not necessarily the tax assessments. But can we see the other things, like if we get a refund from
Any
Mike,
revenue
or we
coming
get,
in.
any revenue coming in, what's the list? We don't need to see all this.
He kept telling us where's the Toho credit.
That I never found it. She sent me a copy of the check with a handwritten deposit receipt, which proves nothing. Or tells me nothing about where it went.
To 22, but still it should have carried to 23.
Right.
So that's the question.
And then where did
And Mike
Mike's money
says
go?
again-
And where does all this other refund stuff? I'm starting to get very
It's
antsy
under
about the
revenue,
refund.
and you can't discern where it is because it's not broken out. It's just, it's captured under revenue, but it doesn't tell you
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
To me, I'm just,
not user friendly.
no.
All right, Mike.
Sorry, Mike.
Yeah, no worries. I'm not sure where y'all lost me, but basically I followed up with the attorney on June 14th about what their solution was to rectify this problem that they admit is a problem. And I heard we're working on it, but what I was saying is I'm going to prepare a resolution if there's no resolution by your next meeting for the board to formally reject that deed and at least protect our rights as much as we can there. But hopefully they'll come up with a solution to this. But I think it was something that they shouldn't have done, and it has more complications because, you know, we have easement rights that arguably somebody could argue merged, and we don't have them anymore because they sent this deed. So we've got to make sure we get this corrected the right way. And that's all I've really been monitoring. I'm happy to answer any questions the board has.
Hey, does anybody have any questions or concerns?
There was a last meeting, we were told that Kate John was gonna be our new contact. She was gonna be working on things and that we would get, the contact info would be forwarded to the board, and we never got that.
Oh, well, that's she's not your new attorney. She's just somebody who's going to be working with me and ultimately at a lower billing rate. But as soon as we hang up, I'll send that contact info to Angel. And Angel, if you could just distribute it to the board, that would be great.
Sure.
Okay.
She was
thank
on the
you.
Zoom call earlier.
Okay, any other questions of our district legal counsel? All right, Mike, thank you so much. Appreciate that. We're on supervisor's request. I have one. We were supposed to include ratification of the turnover of track case streetlights on this agenda, and we missed it. So if we can make sure it gets on the July agenda.
Tracked, okay,
Mhm.
and you will also have L. But the next meeting comes.
Oh, really?
to
We're
ratify.
moving that fast?
Well, they are, but Lynn pushed back and said, no, we need this, this, and this.
Okay,
before
so
we're
that
doing
won't be
this."
a ratification. That will be an acceptance.
It will be an acceptance, the way that, and again, you need to tell me if you want it to come before the board, but typically how it's been done is once they provide the check showing that they paid the 148,000 and change, which is what tracked L was for, is like 148,000 and change. They paid for those, and then now they want us to set up the billing, so we would be responsible for the billing.
Okay.
moving
Now,
forward. And that's what was done for track K as well.
we entered into an agreement on track K. I've seen
OUC?
nothing on, no, with the developer. He wanted our sign off on the plat before he could do certain development, or I don't know what the whole thing. So we entered into an agreement that rode with the plat that spelled out all these specifics, like we weren't doing track K900 and things like that. I've seen nothing. Is the plat approved for this, for them to be doing all this work?
All it is streetlights. That's all we're talking about.
No, but I mean, he's doing more than streetlights, so,
But all we're talking about.
right, I know, I know.
Okay,
But has somebody signed off on their plat for the CBD?
I haven't
You
seen
haven't seen
anything
anything?
about anything. The only thing they've ever reached out since I've been here
Mhm.
is track K and L, which is strictly streetlights.
Okay.
That's all it is, and that's all we have done.
And to accept the rest of track K, we're waiting for them to give as-bills to
The
David.
irrigation and all that, yeah,
and
that is totally
Finish the
separate.
irrigation.
This is strictly.
I know what this
Yeah,
is,
this
but I'm
is- that's
saying that they're doing a lot of work out
Yeah,
there.
no, nothing has been presented.
Okay, so,
David has gotten something that I have not, and that, yes.
and
there's
David
a
was
whole
involved in
process
this
for
track
all of that.
pay negotiations.
But this K and L is just streetlights. They've presented the check that they've paid for
Mhm.
the streetlights. And now all they're asking is get the account set up in OUC and you guys need to start paying the monthly bill.
Yeah. The
That's what this is.
property appraiser has us already owning a pond now,
A what?
a pond behind L.
Yeah, and I don't know. That, I'm sorry,
The plat has been signed and recorded officially.
when was it recorded?
So they're not turning anything over to us at all?
We own the 2 ponds in there according to the property appraiser website.
Oh, February of 2023. Who signed it?
For the CDD?
I didn't sign it. I was never shown it.
Your
Gerhard signed it. Wow.
No.
county clerk,
Yeah.
commissioners, county engineer. So there, Johnson.
So Mike, you need to get with the county and ask them why they're saying we own the ponds over there when we didn't agree to the
What
plan.
is it he had written? February? It looks like, I thought it said 2003.
L600 and L700.
Yep, I got it. And a lot of times the county will look at a plat and not realize that a dedication to a CDD needs to be done by deed and not on plat. So that is where this happens a lot. Doesn't mean the title transferred to the CDD. It just means the county property appraiser is incorrect.
Yeah, because there's no. That was never presented.
Yeah, I
here
just don't want,
For us.
We never got the as-built plans.
and
What,
we,
what were the property tracks again?
L600 and L700.
Dedication of North Lakes.
Okay, yeah, I'll take a look.
Yeah.
I think that's the only 2. The other park looking tracks are HOA.
Yeah.
Just send it to me.
Mike, I'll send it.
yeah, send it to
He's
me
gonna send
too.
it to you, Mike.
Okay, yeah, I'm familiar with these issues.
If
So
you'll
yeah,
send it
I've
to me
never-
too, so I can
Yeah. I've
see
never-
what on the plat is supposed to be
I've
in.
never seen that. But again, you all, this is
Right.
just streetlights.
That's
I
right.
promise.
That works. I'm hesitant to accept and pay for the streetlights until the development's kind of finished. What if they flip them on and leave them on all the time? You know,
That,
you see what I'm
yeah,
saying?
That I can't answer. I will tell you if we don't get this changed over, it could get ugly.
Why? I mean,
Because we went through it with track K.
okay, I was gonna say, we waited
Yeah.
until track K was pretty much
Well,
developed
and
out.
that's what we did. I kept pushing and pushing back and pushing back and, you know, they're like, no. They're done. We've paid for them. Here's a proof that we've paid for them, $100 and whatever $1,000, and you guys need to be paying the monthly bill. These are the district streetlights, and that's what they're saying for track L. I slow rolled track K.
But they're not district streetlights till we accept them.
I don't know how you all accepted them in the past. I don't know.
And Dick just gave away all the land we had our trails on, so I'm not inclined to, you know. Well,
So maybe I'll just ask them, you know what, is there any paperwork you can send us showing that you've turned these over and the district has accepted them? And I'm gonna tell you right now, the answer is no. Because I have not received any of that, unless they're going by something like that, the plat or something like that, and saying no, in the plat, it specifically
but
states.
unless we accept, unless we sign off on the plan, then we don't, we're not obligated to take it.
So just letting you know. That's where,
Work with Mike on that.
sure,
I don't want to get us in trouble when it's,
right, okay.
there's a concern. All right, any other
wait.
supervisor requests?
Well, we never went over transcription services.
Yes,
Okay.
okay, so the ones that you got, Brenda used a text format, she totally redid them all, which is why she had to redo both of those. That text version was not a very good thing. So we upgraded your Zoom to a, what was it, Lynn?
It's called a closed caption.
No, we upgraded it to Pro.
Yeah, well, we had Pro already.
Or we updated to business.
Well, no, the business, it's 200 a month if you have 10 seats. So I don't think we were going to be spending $2,000 a year for a business
Whatever he did, he put on where Dan can go in at the beginning
tried.
and it didn't
I know,
work.
we tried, we couldn't find a setting. I can't find a setting on my phone. I'll dig into it some more. But I wouldn't expect anything different this month's, meeting from last time.
Okay, then I have a question. We do have Teams with our Microsoft stuff.
We've inputted it in Teams and it's,
Have you tried Teams?
the problem is with Teams is you have to report it from Teams. So that's why the Zoom was the best
Right.
option, because it's already there, it's on the cloud, and then they just take it and go through it.
Now, people can dial into Teams meetings like.
I was gonna say, can't we just, yeah,
If so, and I had asked Brenda, so I don't know if that's something we would need to change or upgrade or whatever with our Microsoft account. Or if there's any way we can, kind of on a trial basis versus saying, changing all the.
Oh,
agenda
why-
information and everything on the announcements for meetings. that, hey,
why don't we do this? Why don't we have you and Dan have a conference call on Teams and set it to transcribe? Because I have on good authority that you don't have to upgrade or do anything else to Teams, but with our basic subscription, we should have all that. So if you guys will do that and then see how it does. And before we change
Yeah,
from
if you
Zoom to
could- if you
Teams,
schedule, maybe you and like one or two other people from Mark, so we can,
have several people talking.
seems worth a try.
Yeah, that's fine.
Zoom scene, I mean, it looks more of a thing, it's misleading, though, like they'll say audio something on.
I know another district that does it and they followed the directions Brenda gave them and it worked fine. You still have to go through and add the names and stuff and make sure people aren't talking over each other and get it done, but it did work. But for her to do that, she tried this text one, and it took her literally pretty much, she put her out of office on for about a week and a half just to get those 2 sets of minutes done. It's extremely time consuming. Short of you guys getting a court reporter, it really is, that's essentially what you want. And have someone go through and clean it up and take out the uhs and ums that the court reporters put in. But that would probably be the best bet.
Raise my hand for one. See.
Oh,
Something to say, so you want to continue to work with Brenda?
Well, if Brenda has something that, before we do that, if Brenda has something that worked for somebody else, let me follow up, then make sure. Don't hold my hand doing it, figure out what, was done wrong, and see if we can still do it in Zoom.
yeah, and I'm not techie at all, so I'm just going by.
Yeah.
what
And
someone else
I mean,
is telling me.
Teams sounds like a good backup plan, but again, talking to Brenda, I don't know if we.
We can try that too. I'm willing to try anything, because they are, if they're a bear to get done, and it's very time consuming. And then you also have, like Teresa, you don't understand, like she spends another, depending on the length of the meeting, 6 to 10 hours going through them as well, redlining them and.
Listening to the recording.
Yeah, she does it managing the recording. So there's a lot of hours that go into these minutes, a lot.
Would you believe I have a streetlight related supervisor request? It's a quick question.
All right.
If a streetlight gets knocked over, is that we call OUC or the CDD calls OUC?
You call OUC and you report the poll number that's on there and say.
It's like if we're out,
Yeah,
even
if
if
there's
not,
been an
there's
incident.
glass and everything.
Same difference. Our guys would go up and clean up the glass and get it out of the road, obviously.
So
but-
Jason, on dark sky, if it's still there in the morning, there's a streetlight got knocked over.
You can do it right online
Right
on your cell
online.
phone.
You put in
I've
the
done
number,
so
you
many
tell
of
them a
them.
generalized location of it, and they will come out and put up a new street light and all of that. Yeah,
That's right. Okay.
same if it's out, the
Yep.
street light's out, you do the same thing,
That's
same
fine.
reporting.
Yeah.
Pretty sure, but.
One went down in the hurricane over here in South Lakes and we're right out.
I do have a question,
Yes.
and I'm not sure if this is gonna allow me to say this or ask this, but. So with our community maintenance facility. And we have the office is working out okay at Ashland Park for now. Are we prohibited from setting up a metal building? And putting our storing the stuff in there until we figure out what we're gonna do
Putting it up where?
at the lake park, where the slab is.
We still have to go, I think we still have to go through the site plan process, don't we, David?
I think so,
I mean, I guess we could ask if they just give us a building permit, but I don't think they would. I think they'd want a site. plan. Because it would, that would be a quick way,
Well, at least we'd have a place to keep all the equipment.
right?
until we
And,
get this
and we
up
could
here.
always move the building. That's the
Well,
sweet
that's-
thing about a metal building
That's what I
is
was
that
thinking, yes.
it's not that expensive, even though it's,
We wouldn't even have to put electricity and all that in it right away. Well, I guess.
well, we
do
would for
the
charging.
garage, the vehicles, well, those are still going somewhere around, but anyway, it was a thought, so.
If we get up against a wall, depending on what Angel hears, we may need to
Yeah,
try that.
and then the other option is, maybe we could rent a vacant home. Or if someone. Even though it could be furnished, but they're not gonna use the house, we're just gonna use their garage, so that's a possibility too. If someone's, and that way no individual homeowner is gonna have people coming and going, They're trying to think of any places to store the trucks.
Always.
Yes.
Anything else? I have a motion and a second, all in favor? Aye.
Thank you, Mike. Everyone.
Thank
Thanks, everyone. Have a great night.
Long